Distinguished delegates, please take your seats. Colleagues, please take your seats, please. Distinguished delegates, I would like to call the meeting to order, please. Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope you all had a good lunch and are ready to continue to approve the outstanding CRPs before we consider the L documents and conclude our work. These are the outstanding CRPs I intend to take up now. First, complete discussion on CRP.6 on mainstreaming. Then continue with CRP.7, 8, 9, 12, 13, and then we will then return to CRP.1. When we adjourned the morning session, I said I would come back to CRP.6 and had asked parties to informally discuss a way forward over lunch, EU, Mexico, Brazil, and others. I would like to invite Mexico to report back. Mexico, you have the floor, please.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We had the opportunity to discuss with a number of parties, including with the Secretariat, on how we could proceed seeking to find consensus. We have a proposal. However, there was not time for us to have consensus on that with other parties. We would like to place this before all member states for consideration, reiterating that we did not have the opportunity to discuss this. There wasn't enough time for us to discuss this. We'd like to put forward this proposal, which would include a decision from the SBI with some intersessional work to be done.
And read it now in English, in dictation speed. Requests the Executive Secretary, in order to facilitate further discussion among parties at COP16, to prepare the proposed roadmap 2025 to 2030 of its activities on biodiversity mainstreaming as preliminary reflected in para 7G and its subparagraphs I to III of the draft recommendation, to allow parties to consider this preliminary analysis of their feasibility and timeline for implementation and their cost implications. And that last could be in bracket. And I can repeat if you want.
Please repeat it, please.
Requests the Executive Secretary in order to facilitate further discussion among parties at COP16 to prepare the proposed roadmap 2025 to 2030 of its activities on biodiversity mainstreaming, as preliminary reflected in para 7G, and its subparagraphs little I and little 3Is of the draft recommendations to allow parties to consider this preliminary analysis of their feasibility and timeline for implementation and their cost implications. Full stop.
Mexico, could you please repeat again at dictation speed,
Sure.
please?
Request the Executive Secretary, in order to facilitate further discussion among parties at COP16, to prepare the proposed roadmap 2025 to 2030 of its activities on biodiversity mainstreaming as preliminary reflected in para 7G and its subparagraphs, little I and two little 3Is, I don't know how you say that in English, of the draft recommendations to allow parties to consider this preliminary analysis of their feasibility and timeline for implementation, and their cost implications.
Delegates, can we agree to this? Are there any objections, please? Russian Federation, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. We had no chance to speak at the last session, although we had our button being pushed. So we understand the good intentions in suggestion made by Mexico, and we have a lot of sympathy to the point and to the work to be done. So, but at the same time, we have two reasons why we can't accept it now as a recommendation of SBI for the intersessional work before COP16. First of all, I carefully listened 3 times for the paragraph, so we find it preemptive of our discussions. So we attempt to ask Secretariat to design something what to be probably instructions and discussion at COP16, and instead, so Secretariat already need to come with that. So we're very uncomfortable about this way of preempting. That's the first point. And second point, we raised it before, from our perspective, especially based on the last now almost 3 weeks, the Secretariat got too much of stuff to do in the intersessional period prior COP16, and we like Secretariat to do all that work. We don't want to put any new work to the Secretariat for this period. So that's those reasons. And also, having a microphone, sorry to say, Chair, but I have to say that. So the situation I observed right after the end of the previous session when party and some other group of parties came to the acting executive secretary to negotiate kind of one-to-one with the executive secretary with the attempt to convince executive secretary to agree to take this work on board. And the acting executive secretary was explaining why it's not possible also for secretariat, but he was under pressure. He was basically forced to go ahead. He was accused that secretariat is not delivering, etc., etc. I found this type of activities really inappropriate. I understand the frustration we all have probably, and we all share with slow move. Maybe something is not done, maybe something not done the way we want. So I share it. I also have the same frustrations. But that's not an acceptable way of behavior and negotiation between party and secretariat, trying to push secretariat to do something. I'm sorry. This type of negotiations happen only between us and not with the secretariat. So I find this situation very unfortunate, and I hope that in the future we will not witness this type of approach anymore. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Brazil, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. And Brazil appreciates the efforts of Mexico to try to come up with some compromise solution. At the same time, we share the concerns that have just been raised by the Russian Federation. We do acknowledge that there is significant workload ahead of COP16, as well as my colleague from Russian Federation mentioned. This proposal seems to single out specific proposals that came from countries that have not been discussed by us. We do regret that we did not have enough time to go through the different proposals. Brazil has made some proposals that we do not see reflected in the CRP. So from our perspective, this would be prejudging discussions that will have to take place at COP16. There is still no agreement to what extent we will need a roadmap for 2025, 2030, or the different proposals made under paragraph 7G and the little paragraphs right after. So unfortunately, Brazil is not in a position to accept this proposal. Thank you.
European Union, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for giving me the floor. We fully agree with the intervention from Brazil that there was not time to discuss this topic to our regret. We have been asking for time to discuss this. And so just to make very clear, the interaction with the Secretariat at the end of the previous plenary with quite a number of parties was to seek clarification because of this lack of time, and to seek clarification on what would be an appropriate way forward to try to address the concerns of many parties on both sides of this demand, both opposing and asking for this. So that was what happened at the end of the plenary. With regard to the proposal put forward by Mexico, which we would like to support, is an attempt to try to address the concerns of not being preemptive. That's why it is referring to a preliminary reflection, preliminary exercise of the Secretariat in order to facilitate the work at COP, and it's also referring to draft recommendations, which we all agree are fully bracketed, and we still have to discuss what work is needed, at what pace, and what work is not needed. So in that regard, this paragraph is basically trying to get to an understanding from our side what is feasible for the Secretariat in the future, so we don't overburden the Secretariat with more demands than the Secretariat can handle. So that was the idea behind it, and we want to avoid to come back to this at the next COPs to come. So therefore, the idea to look at a longer term until the end of 2030, so the end of the period for the implementation of the GBF, to make sure that we come to a feasible approach towards the implementation of biodiversity mainstreaming, which is a crucial element in the implementation of the GBF. So it was absolutely not, and it is absolutely not the intention to ask for more work. On the contrary, this should help us to structure our requests to the Secretariat and to restrain ourselves from asking those things which are not feasible. So with that, I hope parties can still reflect on this idea and try to give it a chance to include this here. And I hope that this is sufficient clarification. Thank you very much.
Togo, you have the floor, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We believe that the proposal that's been made, although it's very interesting, account must be taken of the work that we're expecting of the Secretariat. Throughout all of this work, 2 meetings, we've realized that the work will be fastidious for the Secretariat. So in terms of substance, it's very much appreciated, but we must be realistic as well. When we move into the world of realism, it's not going to be easy, and that's why even if we are not in favor, it's not that the content is not relevant, it is, but if we add the aspect that we need to be realistic, it will be too heavy to do this. The question of mainstreaming has not been pushed away. We have some elements which will allow us to work on this, and for it to be taken seriously in the end. Everything that's going to be done by the Secretariat needs to be adopted by the COP and looked at there. So we will look at it during COP16. And to ask for more between now and COP16, we know that this will be very difficult. And in terms of consistency of work, it might not be efficient. And this is why we believe that this proposal made is not the right thing at the moment. Mr. Chairman, you've made a very good proposal to put the proposal within brackets. We haven't had a lot of time to discuss this. We've done our best to work on this. I think it would be the best solution of all that we put it within brackets and we support your proposal so we can move forward with our discussion. Thank you.
Georgia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I also didn't have an opportunity to intervene during the previous session. And here, again, I would like to express our concern about the agenda item on mainstreaming, as we consider that this is one of the fundamental directions of our work. And we don't think that any other work will achieve something without this part. Therefore, we think that before we go to Colombia to discuss anything on mainstreaming, it's important that we have all relevant information ahead in front of us so that we can properly understand the situation and make proper decisions. So therefore, we would like to support Mexico's suggestion, and we consider, even though I understand that there's a lot of intersessional work to be carried out by the Secretariat, this is one of the key issues that should be undertaken. Thank you.
Costa Rica, you have the floor, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you so much, sir. Costa Rica wishes to back what was said by Mexico. As we all know, we don't have enough time available to us. We have objectives and targets of the KM-GBF that we need to achieve by 2030, and as Mexico and other delegations recalled, including in the plenary during this SBI meeting, the activities undertaken in the field of biodiversity are strongly linked to all of the targets of the global framework. For this reason, we shouldn't just wait for the 17th COP. There's a great deal for us to do by then. We can already work before COP16, and we have to act urgently if we want to achieve the KMGBF targets and objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Costa Rica. Argentina, you have the floor, please. Be brief, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think that we're in this situation in which it's a bit uncomfortable for all of us. I hear the EU, Georgia, Mexico, Costa Rica, and I do understand that this is very precious to them. I also hear that, unfortunately, for some other countries, such as Togo, Brazil, the Russian Federation, we are still not there in order to have compromise language here. I think that we all know that we are very willing to engage with this, and we'll be there at COP to do so. But taking into account that we've already spent 20 minutes of this plenary, that we still have 6 CRPs to go, and that we still have all the L documents to adopt, we do really want to have results in this SBI, and we won't have them if we don't move forward. So we could ask for the flexibility of all delegations. I know that this is painful at this stage, but ask for the flexibility, at least from the side of Argentina, with a commitment to continue the discussions at COP16 on this matter. And of course, if someone wants to engage with us informally in the process moving forward, we will be open also to discuss this, to see how we can achieve a result that is acceptable to all of us. Thank you.
Peru, you have the floor, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you so much, sir. Peru wishes to back the statement made by states who spoke in favor of this wording. We also back the statement made by Georgia, what was said by Costa Rica. We are tackling this issue and have been tackling it since before COP15. We have to make a decision. Like Georgia said, the mainstreaming of biodiversity is the very foundation, the very pedestal of all we do. We want to work with all sectors who have a link to biodiversity. For this reason, we need to find the time, take the time to think, to see how our activities can be structured in a way to be complementary of one another. And we would propose that small g, which refers to the issue of the report, which will have to be presented to the 17th COP, well, as I said, we would like this to be placed between square brackets.
Friends, many parties would like to come and take the floor. I am not in a position. Please try to understand it. We have heard the statements either this way or that way only. The rest of the parties also would like to take positions, so no time, please. Therefore, can we approve the draft decision in brackets with the footnote and without the SBI recommendation, please? European Union, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We don't want to prolong this discussion. We are flabbergasted with the way this is being handled, to be very frank. We don't understand how we could have gotten to this point, and we would like to see this reflected in the report, that there was no time to discuss this, and that we would like to ask the Secretariat, when preparing for COP16, to share their, what normally is being done within the Secretariat. You have an organization of work on how to deal with topics in the future, to share this with the parties, so at least in that way we can get some insights on how this will be dealt with. So hopefully we can have some more time and informed discussions on this topic at COP16. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. Mexico, you have the floor, please.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Mexico feels frustrated. We are frustrated by this discussion, sir. We don't wish to in any way break our momentum, to hamper our work, but we would like to have it recorded in the report of the meeting that we did not have the necessary time to discuss this issue, which is one of fundamental importance to a great many states. And we insist that we have to say that we did not have a possibility to discuss it, and we would like to ensure that everything is done, no effort is spared, so that during COP16 we're in a position to discuss this issue. The issue of mainstreaming is fundamental. And we would like this clearly reflected in the report of the meeting, and we would like to enjoy the certainty that everything will be done, that this question will be duly considered during COP16. Thank you.
Shaina, you have the floor, please. After this, I will not be in a position to give floor to anyone, please.
谢谢主席。
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mainstreaming is a fundamental work. However, we don't have enough time to thoroughly discuss this issue. Maybe we can put it in the recommendation that when resources allow, we can organize seminars or webinars by the Secretariat to share best practices, current tools, solutions, etc., so that we have some room for further work to be conducted during the intersessional period. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Friends, now we have heard the parties. The position taken by the EU and Mexico will be reflected in the report, and CRP.6 is approved as amended. We will produce an L document for this item for consideration later, please. We will now consider CRP.7 and CRP.7 Add.1 on review of the effectiveness of processes under the convention and its protocols. Before I begin, I would like to invite the chair of the Friends of the Chair to brief the floor on the work that has led to the preparation of CRP.7 Add.1. Mr. Salzberg, Argentina, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the opportunity to gather the friends of the chair.
Apologize, Argentina, Salzburg, just please hold on. Brazil, you have the floor, please.
It's not there.
Brazil, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Could you just please clarify if the proposal from China was included or not? Thank you.
As you, I would like to clarify that the China's point has not been included, and as I said, the CRP has been approved, and the L document will be prepared and will be later, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Australia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to conduct the Friends of the Chair regarding Agenda Item 8, in particular Section C of the non-paper. We received for the Friends of the Chair a list of a lot of submissions that were made during the plenary for ideas on how to improve the effectiveness of the processes under the convention. And as it was unclear how to move forward, we decided to move forward with the categorization of these proposals that we got. Those were divided in 3 different groups. One is issues on which COP may decide at COP16. Another ones are issues for consideration of the Bureau when preparing meetings. Those are included in the first annex of the draft decision you presented. And the third one is issues for consideration for further work in a second annex. It must be noted that the content of the proposals was not considered in substance, and it should not be, and it's not negotiated text, except for the 3 paragraphs that we have at the beginning of the CRP, which are the draft recommendation of SBI. 2 of these paragraphs don't have brackets and are requests in the recommendation of SBI to improve SBI 5 and COP15 and the COP MOPs, and a 3rd paragraph on supporting the participation of chairs and co-chairs from developing countries still has brackets on it. However, I'm pleased to inform that during the days today and yesterday, there were consultations among the participants of the Friends of the Chair, and there's a proposal to find a compromise on those brackets that I would like to read out to you as a proposal that may be able to solve the issue, and if that's so, we might be able to approve the CRP without further discussions. The compromise would read, in replacement of the 3rd paragraph of the SBI recommendation, as follows. Also request the Executive Secretary to mobilize resources to facilitate participation of additional representatives from developing countries, as identified in the paragraph above, for the purpose of chairing or facilitating negotiating sessions at SBI 5, COP16, COP MOP 11, and/or COP MOP 5, when requested, without prejudice to the support provided for the participation of developing countries, and, in line with Decision 15/34, invites developed country parties and other parties in a position to do so, including in the context of South-South cooperation, to provide the necessary financial resources to the Special Voluntary Trust Fund for facilitating participation of parties in the convention processes. I should note that this was an extended consultation among parties. We think it might be a compromise. We understand that this is a piloting of a proposal, and that's valid for the meetings that we will have in Cali in October. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Salzberg. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to my colleague for Argentina for so ably chairing the Friends of the Effectiveness Group. My comment isn't on the paper, it's more broad. We've been concerned at the lack of consistency during these proceedings, and my question in support of what just happened in the mainstreaming document with the Mexican proposal for additional work for the Secretariat to be undertaken. Part of the rationale was that the Secretariat does not have capacity to do so from the time between now and COP with the 6-week period for papers. The remaining papers that we're to look at today all contain directions to the Executive Secretary and his team to undertake between now and COP16. My question to you, Chair, will they also be removed from the CRPs or not considered due to the lack of time to fully consider these issues? Thank you.
Australia, I would like to clarify, please. Wherever there is agreement among the parties, we will proceed, please. Wherever there is a disagreement, we will not be proceeding, please. Thank you very much for your kind understanding and cooperation. Canada, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Australia asked a very valid question, and I think it deserves an answer. Thank you. From the Secretariat.
Canada, I have already answered. Thank you for your cooperation and understanding, please. The Argentina has made the submissions and proposals. Are there any? Can we proceed with the agreement, please? Canada, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to get clarity on this particular CRP, are you asking for agreement on the whole CRP or just this one paragraph? Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. We'll come back. Canada and all the parties. I would first like to take up CRP.7 and then come back to CRP.7 Add.1, please. Delegates, firstly CRP.7. Can we approve CRP.7 as it is? Are there any objections, please? Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So we're looking at the whole of CRP.7. So we provided some comments in our written submission. We would suggest deleting paragraph 3, paragraph 4 and 5. They pertain to coming back to the COP with reports on the conflict of interest guidelines. And we don't think it's necessary to come back regularly. I think at the time when parties see fit, we can ask for them to come back. And given that we're so concerned about workloads and agendas, we think that that those paragraphs 4 and 5 could be deleted. Thank you.
Any objections to the suggestion point made by Canada, please? European Union, you have the floor, please. European Union, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we would prefer to keep paragraphs 4 and 5, and we would therefore suggest that in the interest of time, these paragraphs would perhaps be bracketed and taken up at COP. Thank you.
Yeah, are there any disagreements with the? There are no. Brazil, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Since you're taking comments on the CRP in its entirety, Brazil has comments on paragraphs 5 and 6 of this document, which are in section B, related to proceedings for virtual and hybrid meetings. In item 5, we would like to suggest to add in the end of that sentence, noting that at least one of their meetings should be in person. The rationale being that we do believe that even as we have virtual and hybrid meetings, it is important in each of the processes that at least once a given expert group meets in person so that can get to know each other and build the ties that are necessary for the online conversations to bear fruit. And then on paragraph 6, we believe that we should add a reference to the intercessional period, which seemed to be the aim of the paragraph. So we would read, it also notes that during the intercessional period, the Bureau can, and not should normally, but can meet virtually to provide continued guidance to the Secretariat. So we would suggest it to be phrased, paragraph 6 in the beginning also notes that during the intercessional period, the Bureau can meet virtually to provide continued guidance to the Secretariat. And that, of course, is in line with current practice in the sense that the Bureau tends to meet in person at least once. And of course, when we are in session, it does not meet virtually, it meets in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Georgia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to ask you to bracket the addition in the paragraph 5 that the meeting should take place at least once in person, since in my country, and I guess it's same in our region, unfortunately, we do not have that many people to attend meetings in person. So it means that having in all intersessional groups meeting at least once in person, it would restrict our participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgia. EU's proposal, section A, para 4 and 5 to be put in brackets. Okay? Brazil's proposal, firstly, para 5, additional proposal, additional elements at the end of para, proposed by Brazil. Any objections to this, please? We are moving with this EU's and Brazil's proposal, please. Parties, please drop your flags, please. I am asking these things for the approval and further forward movement, please. There is a time limitation is there. Please try to understand it and try to cooperate with us, with me. Section B, para 5, can we agree with Brazil's amendment, please? Georgia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think it was para 5 that I asked to bracket a couple seconds ago. Yeah.
Yes, please, include in brackets. Brazil also proposed a small amendment. Can we agree and move forward, please? In the para 6. Yeah, para 6. I told. Para 6. Indonesia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm waiting patiently for you to give me the floor. And to be honest, I'm a bit confused to where we are right now because you're like moving back and forth. But anyway, Mr. Chair, in this opportunity, our delegation would like to support what the distinguished delegation from Brazil mentioned earlier on paragraph 5 with regard to the need to have at least one in-person meeting. It is in line with our previous intervention on agenda item 8. We believe that, I mean, we understand the importance of a hybrid meeting, but we also need to emphasize the need to have in-person meeting in this regard because we feel that, you know, there is no mechanism that can replace in-person meetings in this regard. So that's what we want to comment on this paragraph, Chair. And while I have the floor, I would humbly request to you, Chair, to give us more clarity on, you know, really how do you want us to comment, because I know that now time is not our ally, but just to give clarity on parties on whether we can give our comments or intervention or, you know, if you want to stop, at least you inform us how many countries there are in your speaking list so that we know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Indonesia. The paragraph 5 accepted in brackets, please. Paragraph 6 heard no objections for amendments to 6 by Brazil, please. This is the position, and we would like to move forward, please. European Union, you have the floor, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for that clarification. Like Indonesia, we were slightly confused about the process here. The European Union and its member states have comments on paragraphs 3A and B in Part A, and on paragraphs 2, 3, 6, 7B and 7C in Part C. And we would like to seek your guidance on how you would like us to make these interventions, whether you would like us to make them all at once or whether you intend to go paragraph by paragraph. Thank you.
European Union section, parawise, let us proceed like that, please. Parawise. We'll take section A first, please, and paragraphs under section A. European Union, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In paragraph 3, we would like some clarification about the intention behind paragraph 3A. We are very conscious, as are all parties, of the significant workload on the Secretariat. The task that is envisaged in 3A could either be a simple administrative task or it could be much more onerous. And we would like to know what the intent was behind that paragraph. If it does involve a significant amount of work for the Secretariat, we would certainly suggest deletion of this subparagraph. In paragraph 3B, we would seek the deletion of the words "or revealed by other reliable sources" at the end of the paragraph. The procedure, as we understand it, concerns what is set out in the conflict of interest form, and we don't understand what the other sources that are referred to here would be or how they would be revealed. We would also suggest that a footnote is added into the form itself that clearly explains to those completing the form that their information will be disclosed to those present in the meeting and will potentially also be made public. Thank you.
Delegates, are there any objections to the proposals made by European Union, please? Zimbabwe, please be brief. Do you want to object or support? Please be brief, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Zimbabwe, we have no objection to what the European Union has put forward. But whilst I still have the floor, if you'd allow me, Mr. Chairman, can I move to B? On B, section B, paragraph 2.
Please, Zimbabwe, we are on section A. Let us first complete it, please. Brazil, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted very quickly to react to the comments by the EU on paragraph 3B of the first CRP that we're reviewing. And Brazil would like to retain the text that has been proposed by the EU to be deleted, because we do think that if we eliminate it, we would narrow significantly the goal of this process and basically transform it into a self-declaration procedure. So what we can do is leave the brackets there and continue conversation on this during the COP. Thank you.
We will bracket it and move forward, please. Mexico, you have the floor, please.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We support the proposal made by the European Union to put paragraph 3, that part of the text. We're not sure what reliable sources refers to, and therefore we could have the conversation at COP, but meanwhile we should put this within brackets. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. We have already put in brackets. I would like to inform delegates, section A, 3A deleted, 3B last words in brackets, para 4 and 5 brackets. Can we move on, please, with this? Section A. Can we approve section A, please? Indonesia, thank you. We are moving forward, please, now to section B, please. Zimbabwe, you have the floor, section B.
Thank you, Chair. Let me draw your attention to section B, paragraph 2. The last 2 lines of that paragraph 2, where we are proposing for an addition of, just to qualify the decision so that it reads, it's among parties and a decision of the Bureau of the Conference of the Parties, as long as no substantive decisions are taken online. So we're proposing to add substantive, and at the tail end of that particular sentence, with the exception of decisions on budgetary matters, to allow Secretariat to function. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. Are there any objections to proposal made by Zimbabwe, please? European Union, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Would you prefer us to continue on paragraph 2? We do have some comments on paragraph 1, or would you prefer us to go paragraph by paragraph?
Since the Zimbabwe took floor first, the paras 2 was he suggested, made some proposal. So let us complete that para 2, then we'll get back to. So let us have that way, please.
Then if we're still on paragraph 2, we can support the proposal from Zimbabwe.
Yeah, thank you.
But we do have comments on other paragraphs. Thank you.
Egypt, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify with regard to section 3A, to the deletion of 3A on section A, is it deleted or it's just bracketed? Because we are objecting to the deletion.
Since nobody opposed it, we have deleted, please.
We asked for the floor on that, but
Egypt, you have the floor, yeah.
Yeah, so we would like it to be bracketed and kept, please.
Yeah, we have bracketed and we'll move forward, please. Please, time is a major constant, please. It is, if you have a luxury of time, we could have debated and discussed every point, every word also. But that is the point. I mean, I would have given the floor to all the parties. Please try to understand my position also with regard vis-a-vis time, please. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On section B, paragraph 2, completely agree with the suggestions being provided on substantive, on adding a substantive and highlighting it to allow the Secretariat to function. We do recall, though, during the pandemic that I think there were extraordinary meetings that made decisions not just on budgetary matters, but some procedural matters that were not substantive in nature. And so just to give us a little bit more flex, we would suggest saying on budgetary and procedural matters. Thank you.
Since there is no time, please. Under section B, the parties have made interventions and I responded, and remaining all other brackets, all other paras will be kept in brackets and will move forward, please. That is the best at this juncture, so that we can move on, please. European Union, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are very concerned about the slow progress that we are collectively making here this afternoon. We've spent almost 40 minutes and we've barely scratched the surface of this one CRP, where many of the issues are extremely consensual. We, as the European Union and its member states, have comments on all of the CRPs that are still before us. And we need your guidance and your help in moving us through these as quickly as possible. There are a number of issues where an SBI recommendation needs to be taken to allow things to happen in preparation for COP16. Our strong suggestion from the EU and its member states would be to focus on those elements, like the element proposed earlier by Argentina, in respect of Part C of this CRP, and to put the remaining text in brackets for transmission to COP and for further work there. We think it's really important that we get the process right and we get everything properly aligned before COP, so that we can be as effective as possible at that meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would like to respond with all humility. The time is the major limiting factor. We cannot complete the remaining things. So therefore, we have entire section B we can put in brackets and move forward. So please try to understand the situation and cooperate, please. There's, can we approve the to put the entire section B in brackets and move forward, please, because of lack of time, so it can be taken up in COP16. Please try to understand the situation, and I have nothing, every party I wish to give, I give before this, every party equally I give opportunity. And because of this extraordinary situation, I am requesting all the parties, so, because there is no time for us to deliberate, discuss, and share our points. So kindly try to understand it, and we have enough opportunities in future that there is, I agree that there will be more load in COP16. I fully realize it and agree it. But you are all, you know better than, in fact, me, the things how they are. Therefore, kindly cooperate and we will move forward, please. This is my appeal to all of you. That is the only thing I can do. And thank you. Yeah. Section A is approved as amended, and section B is in brackets, please. Thank you for your cooperation. Can we now move on to CRP.7 Add.1, please? Can we? Secretariat, you have the floor, please, to read out the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. The paragraph that is supposed to replace the third paragraph in Add.1 reads as follows. Also requests the Executive Secretary to mobilize resources to facilitate participation of additional representatives from developing countries as identified in the paragraph above for the purpose of chairing or facilitating negotiating sessions at SBI 5, COP16, COP 11, and or COP 5 when requested, without prejudice to the support provided for the participation of developing countries, and, in line with Decision 1534, invites developed country parties and other parties in a position to do so, including in the context of South-South cooperation, to provide the necessary financial resources to the Special Voluntary Trust Fund for facilitating participation of parties in the convention processes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. Can we approve CRP.7 Add.1 with that amendment in third preambular para? United Kingdom, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing us on to this next item on this CRP. The UK would like to thank Argentina for presenting the outcomes of the Friends of the Chair group that took place the other evening. It was definitely a really good example of good, effective working, and we fully support the outcomes of that discussion. We think that in the interests of time, we should support the compromise proposal that Argentina has put forward for this section in square brackets. We would then suggest, Mr. Chair, that we would bracket the rest of the text and put that forward for COP16 so that we can move forward onto the next agenda item. Thank you.
Russian Federation, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. So to move forward, we will just support what Argentina suggested and also agree with the proposal from UK. So we will not bring any text or changes, but we like to reflect in the report of the meeting that all Bureau members should go through the ethical approach in accordance with UN standards and principles, including through UN-based training modules. So just reflected in the report. Thank you very much, and ready to go ahead.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Now, so let us approve this document as amended by Argentina with the draft decision in brackets. Can we all agree on this, please? And approved, please. Thank you. Thank you very much for your cooperation and understanding, please. Thank you very much.
proposal is, can we approve the document?
Delegates, let us now turn on to CRP.8 on review of effectiveness of Nagoya Protocol. Can we approve the document as it is, please?
This one first of all.
Yeah. Brazil, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. So we do notice that there is a new preambular paragraph, which I believe is the last one, on acknowledging and ongoing working related to synthetic biology. Brazil struggles to understand the rationale behind this paragraph, so we would request deleting this paragraph. And for the time being, we would suggest deleting the references to target surveys in the annex on potential sources of information. And we would suggest at the footnote C, we would suggest adding an additional sentence after this footnote, which would read as follows. Whenever undertaking targeted surveys, those surveys are to be conducted in a transparent and inclusive manner and should ensure actable geographical collection of responses and provide sufficient time to respondents. We would also like to keep in brackets the reference to relevant documents and cooperation with other conventions. At the second line of the table regarding element A, on the extent of implementation of the provisions of the Nagoya Protocol, given that we need more clarity about those documents. So these will be our comments. We'll just reiterate that we would request deleting the last preambular paragraph, which starts with acknowledging ongoing work on synthetic biology. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. We have heard the proposed changes. Since we do not have time to discuss, therefore, I would like to put entire decision in brackets and submit for approval, please. Delegates, can we approve the decision in brackets. Yeah, with the footnote that SBI did not discuss it, please. Mexico, you have the floor, please.
Sí, gracias, señor presidente.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. If I've understood this correctly, the draft recommendation is going to be put between brackets. We would then also want to see between brackets the additions which were presented by Brazil. In this way, we'll be able to, when the time is right, discuss this again. Thank you.
We have not considered the proposed changes by Brazil. We have put the entire decision in brackets, please, and we are moving forward, please, for lack of time, please. European Union, you have the floor, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we can go along, of course, with that, but we would like it to be clear in the report that it wasn't discussed. Thank you.
Yes, please, I mentioned it already. Thank you, European Union, for your cooperation. Japan, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We follow your guidance, but Japan would like to mention that at the first reading, we suggested the deletion, and I think the brackets should be put in the document. Thank you.
Japan, we have bracketed the entire decision. We have not taken any amendments, please. We just finished approving CRP.8 with no changes except for brackets. Can we now proceed to adopting the approved draft recommendation as L document, please? No request for the floor. It is CRP.8 is approved, please. Delegates, let us now turn to CRP.9 on cooperation with other conventions and international organizations. Delegates, can I suggest we approve the draft decision as it is and then look at the SBA recommendation? Brazil, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. So given that this would be the first time we would go through this topic with the amendments at the draft decision, Brazil would suggest perhaps doing the same thing we've just done with the other CRP, just placing the whole draft decision in brackets for further consideration. Give at least Brazil would have significant number of comments, but I believe it wouldn't be the wisest use of our time. So then we suggest bracketing the whole draft decision for consideration at COP. We would also have comments to the recommendation at SBI, but perhaps we should first see how we'll go through the draft decision and then we would decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. We agree, I agree. So we put the entire draft decision in brackets with a footnote, please.
And now let us look at
Now, let us look at the SBA recommendations. Let us consider para 1 of the recommendations, please. Can we accept this paragraph? Are there any objections? Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So my understanding is that we are addressing the paragraph starting with reaffirming the importance of cooperation. At the second line, we would suggest before the reference to the Kunming-Montreal GBF, the implementation of the convention, its protocols, and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Thank you.
Are there any objections to this proposal made by Brazil, please? None. I see none. Second paragraph, starting with European Union, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just asking for a clarification, if you could maybe read the addition again so we're sure that we have the correct phrasing.
Secretary, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. The paragraph reads, reaffirming the importance of cooperation among all relevant conventions, organizations, and initiatives for the implementation of the Convention on Biological Diversity, its protocols, and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework in a manner respectful of their respective mandates.
Thank you. We are on second preambular para, starting with words stressing the importance, please. Can we agree on this paragraph? Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So on this paragraph, we struggle to understand a bit the reference to the framework, the Paris Agreement, and the land degradation neutrality goal as if they were standalone commitments decoupled from the respective conventions under which they have been adopted. And at least from our perspective, we shouldn't reframe everything around the conventions to implement those specific frameworks. The convention themselves have a merit. So at least we would suggest then having a more streamlined version of this paragraph and deleting the last sentence, starting with to achieve. So the paragraph would read as stressing the importance of close cooperation among the 3 Rio conventions. Thank you.
Are there any objections to the proposal made by Brazil, please? I see none. Approved, and we are moving further. Paragraph 1, operative part, starts with the words request, that's the Secretariat, and invites. Can we approve the paragraph please. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we don't have an issue with the first part of the paragraph, but with the second part that starts with and invites them to foster cooperation. We think that this is rather specific. We were not able to discuss it, and at least at this stage, we're not able to fully support it, so we would suggest to delete that second part. Thank you.
Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Synergies are dear to us, so we would like to keep this part, so we will have to put it in brackets.
Thank you, Switzerland. Switzerland, since it is a recommendation, it has to be deleted. It cannot be put in brackets, please. Argentina, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we're flexible in having it, but in the COP decision between brackets, maybe we can send the whole of the paragraph to the COP decision to think it through at COP. I would note that it has requests to the Secretariat as well, and we've been saying that there's a lot of work to be done. There's a time reference, which is the 29th meeting of the COP of UNFCCC. That's going to take place after COP16, so it could be actionable if the COP adopts it. I don't think that we need it for intersessional work before COP16. This is something that can be done after COP16. Thank you. So let's move it in brackets to the COP decision. Thanks.
European Union, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. While we understand that the time has been limited to look at this text, we believe that it is important to keep working on the language, since the reason for this paragraph is because we have the unique situation of the 3 COPs happening back to back to back. And we feel like we need to convey this message of cooperation also for the preparatory processes for the conventions. So while it is true that the 2 other COPs will fall after the COP in Cali, the preparatory processes will already be taking place before, which is why this is a timely message to give. Thank you.
European Union, this may not make, real, in the real sense that when the decision is yet to be discussed, this Argentina proposal appears to be, you may accept it, please. What is the use of forwarding this to other conventions when the decision is to be discussed, please? Sorry. I request European Union to please consider the proposal of Argentina, please, to move forward. Please cooperate. European Union, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As said, we're in a very unique opportunity with the 3 COPs falling back to back to back. And since we're working on the topic of cooperation here, we believe that it is very important to convey this message across the 3 different conventions, that cooperation is an important message to bring forward and an important topic to work on, and in that way to align the work in the preparation of the 3 different COPs. Thank you.
European Union, the decision in brackets, then what is the use of forwarding it? That is the point. You have the floor, please. European Union, you have the floor, please.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question. Could you repeat?
When the decision is in brackets, what is the use of forwarding this to others? That is the point. That's why I request you to consider Argentina, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, indeed, if the second part of the recommendation would be put in brackets, there would be no point, which is why we are trying to find a way to not put it in brackets. Thank you.
Argentina, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So my recollection of how we've gone so far is that we've agreed that there are comments to the draft decision, so that's in brackets. And this paragraph that we have here is if there would be some recommendation in the draft decision without brackets, then that could be informed by you to the relevant bodies of the other conventions. As we have them in brackets, doesn't make a lot of sense to discuss them here. It would make sense to discuss them at COP16, where we will be able to lift the brackets in many of the paragraphs, and we hope so. We hope we can do so. And then we will have, it will be without a lot of time, because as the European Union said, they will be back to back, but we will have to run from COP to COP probably to be able to convey these messages. Thank you.
Russian Federation, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. We very much share your position. So we do not see the value of this paragraph in this part. We would agree with the Argentinian proposal to move it to the COP recommendation. I think that it even we will look strange as CBD in front of other conventions, sending and sharing with them the text, which consists of brackets, and the entire text is in bracket. What we can ask them to reflect on brackets, clearly saying that this convention didn't agree on that, And to do what? To consider our brackets? I mean, it doesn't make any sense for doing it. It probably will be even viewed badly that this convention is inviting others to consider our brackets. It's pretty strange. Thank you.
EU, you have the floor, please. We have to move forward. Please try to be cooperative and.
Thank you, Chair. We've been looking at it and we understand the rationale by Argentina and others. So in order to be able to move forward, we would propose to just bring across the message to foster cooperation and enhance synergies, and then end the message there, so keep it very short and succinct so we can move forward.
EU, please repeat it.
1 minute.
Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So we could go along with the proposal by the EU to end the paragraph at enhanced synergies. Given that I understand that we will have discussions about the draft decision on how to refer to synergies and cooperation, we would suggest then adding after enhanced synergies, comma, in line with respective mandates. Thank you.
European Union, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We just want to say that we appreciate Brazil for their willingness to consider and to accept this compromise. Thank you.
Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. The text would read, requests the Secretariat and invites the Chair of the fourth meeting of the subsidiary body on implementation to invite the Secretariats and relevant bodies of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the United Nations Convention to combat desertification in those countries experiencing serious drought and or desertification, particularly in Africa, to foster cooperation and enhance synergies in line with the respective mandates.
Can we agree with the amendment and move forward, please? No request for the floor. Thank you very much for your cooperation. We are moving forward with that amendment, please. Yeah, CRP.9 is approved as amended, please. I'll produce an L document, please. Thank you very much. Delegates, let us now turn to CRP.12, multi-year program of work of the COP. Delegates, can we approve the draft decision as it is with the draft decision in brackets with footnote, please? European Union, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the recommendation part of the decision, we would propose additional paragraphs, because we made proposals in the first plenary discussion with regards to the information to be included in the pre-session documents for COP16. And for this agenda item, we need solid information to properly judge all suggestions for further work that are now on the table. These proposals were, however, not taken up in the CRP. We still consider that these proposals are both useful and necessary, and that they would not add any substantive additional work for the Secretariat. Rather, the proposal should be seen as guidance as to what we, as parties, need the Secretariat to include in the papers it puts together for our consideration at COP. The proposal has 3 elements. Firstly, for the Secretariat to identify any issues with the implementation of the programs of work that will already be on the agenda at COP16. And to be clear again, we are not asking for any update or revision of these programs of work. We just want the Secretariat for each of the programs on the agenda of COP16 to identify how their implementation will be aligned with the GBF and what might need to be done. Secondly, we would like the Secretariat to provide us with a timeline or planning indicating how and at which COP the implementation of other programs of work will be similarly considered. And again, we are not asking for any updates or revisions. We just need to understand the Secretariat's suggestions for the timing of consideration of other programs of work over the coming COPs, as that is necessary if we are to agree on the agenda of the 3 subsequent COPs at COP16. And thirdly, we would like the Secretariat to include in the documentation for COP16 proposals for how the new topics identified during this meeting of the SBI and last week's Substa, how they might be taken up. There are many possible ways the COP could address these topics. It could be a full program of work, guidance, technical series, etc. So it will be important for our deliberations at COP16 that we receive input beforehand from the Secretariat on what kind of approach could be taken for each topic, so we can discuss it at COP16. This will greatly inform the consideration of the burden put on COP17 and following COPs. We would therefore introduce the following text into the SBI recommendation after the paragraph that starts noting also. So the first paragraph requests the Executive Secretary, A, when preparing the agenda items for COP16, indicate under those agenda items any outstanding issues that need to be addressed for fully aligning the implementation of the relevant programs of work with the Global Biodiversity Framework. B, to prepare a timeline to clearly indicate which COP will consider which program of work across the multi-year program of work period in order to ensure their implementation is aligned with the GBF. C, for each of the new topics set out in the annex to the present recommendation regarding COP17, to prepare a proposed scope of work for consideration by COP. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Russian Federation, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Before I can further reflect on the proposal, although I see the direction and we had this discussion at SAPSTA already, pretty much the same. So I like to clarify from the previous speaker what particular programs of work are referred to. If the request is to do all this work, and I clearly heard the third point, but which is clearly about those new suggested programs of work, but the first two is not clear. But also like to specify that we can't agree for Secretariat at this stage to do any additional work on those suggested programs of work which are in square brackets in the table. We didn't agree with them. For some of them, we have a strong opposition, and we are not in a position to request Executive Secretary to do work on something we may not even include into the decision. So only after we agree on them, only after they are decided by COP, Secretariat can put efforts, time, money, etc. into it. So we are strongly opposing any further work in relation to non-determined, just a blank proposals in the text. And that's fully in line with also our position we expressed clearly at SAPSTA. And we want to be really consistent with that, because that was also an attempt at SAPSTA to bring this work just before COP16 on not agreed areas of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Delegates, I see no alternative but to approve the draft decision as it is, with the draft decision in brackets with footnote. Can we approve the draft decision as it is with the draft decision in brackets with footnote? European Union, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me really explain once again that the proposal is not about additional work. It is about additional clarification. And the questions asked by the delegate from the Russian Federation demonstrates that we need more information to be better informed and take proper decisions at COP16. And we know there are limited time resources, so we don't expect a book with hundreds of pages. Please don't prepare a book with hundreds of pages. Just very short, succinct options that you would suggest so that we have something to reflect upon and for our deliberations at COP16. So we would plead to all, just to have that clarity and facilitate our discussions at COP16. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, European Union. Sorry, European Union, we have heard the other party also. There should be a consensus on these things. Therefore, I see no alternative but to approve the draft decision as it is with the draft decision in brackets with footnote. Please try to understand and cooperate, please. Time is running out. Thank you, European Union. European Union, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We regret that we cannot have further discussion on our constructive proposals. For the interest of time, we accept your proposal, but we would we would like to ask you to include in the report a request in the report of the meeting. Thank you.
I will include in the report, please. Thank you for your cooperation and understanding. Thank you very much, European Union. So I submit CRP to in brackets footnote approved, please. I will produce an L document, please. Thank you for your cooperation. Let us now turn to CRP.13, Administrative and Budgetary Matters. Can we approve the CRP as it is, including the SBA recommendation and the draft decision? Canada, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the interest of time, I'd just like to point out that we provided some specific text that wasn't taken up in the CRP. Rather than stated here again, we just like there to be something recorded in the meeting report that reiterates that there was a request made in decision 1534 for the executive secretary to complete a series of items, and we expect to see those covered in the item on budget and administrative matters ahead of COP16, in the documentation, for COP16. Thank you very much.
Canada. That is already in the report. You will see it when it is. Thank you very much for your cooperation. European Union, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would still like to make some amendments to the SBI recommendation. We are fine with putting the decision part in brackets and discuss this in depth during the COP, but we do like to make some amendments to the SBI recommendation to Belgium, but also to the rest of my group. This is a very important recommendation which we need to allow us to make the proper decisions during the budget committee. And in the interest of the Secretariat, I would like to make my amendments and have them recorded. I hope I can make them, given that what we have witnessed this afternoon. So, with which are we going para by para, Mr. Chair? Yeah, so in para 1A, we would like to add after structure and posts.
Please proceed.
In para B, 1B, we would like to add after provide the and after information requested in paragraph 36 of decision 15/34, 90 days in advance of the opening of, and then we would like to delete on the program and budgetary implications of draft decisions submitted for consideration at, and then the text would go on as it is until in accordance with. Then we would add the financial rules contained in the appendix to decision 3/1. And then we would like to delete Rule 14 of the Rules of Procedure, because these financial rules are more applicable to this para. Then, in para 1C, we would like to add after to organize online interactive. And then we would like to add a para D. To present under each substantive agenda item its administrative and financial implications, before opening in substantive discussion, and to include this information in relevant documentation. Those are our amendments that we would like to have taken into account. Thank you very much.
Thank you, European Union. Russian Federation, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. We would agree with the amendments for B and C, and we also think that additional paragraph it's also will be useful, and it's in line with the discussion and requirements from the previous COP. So for paragraph A, I just invite all colleagues in the room to think about it a little bit. External review. So in a few next months, the Secretariat need to find and hire the external consultant to do this in-depth functional review. So it's in-depth functional review, so it's serious. I had an experience venting through this review. It's not a work of a couple of weeks, for sure. Also, we like to do this functional review in a situation when we even do not know the date of already announced executive secretary to come. That's actually very much the task for the executive secretary to do that and be part of it, as actually she will be working with that. And then somehow it's done without her. Also, for other paragraph, I heard the request to present information 90 days before the meeting. So then let's do a simple calculation. How much time we will have for this in-depth external review to be ready with everything 90 days before COP? I mean, how realistic, how possible is it from all points of view, including actually being, from our perspective, really tough in this case to the upcoming executive secretary, doing it without her oversight and her participation. I mean, I am fully in favor of doing this functional review, but I simply do not see any way of completing it for COP16 in a good and normal way. And do it just superficially, that's not really clear. Some elements will be anyway presented for the budget decision and budget discussion, including, of course, information on posts. So it will be there. So I seriously invite everyone in this room to think about those proposals in a practical and pragmatic way of what's doable and how it will be seen also by colleagues and the leadership of the convention, and whether we like a serious, high-quality document or we like another, surface scratching exercise to be done on the knee in 10 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Belgium, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to clarify that I spoke on behalf of Belgium in my first intervention. Sorry, I pushed the wrong button. I would like to stress that this is very important information for us to take decisions at COP. And just to clarify as well, this document that would come from the external in-depth functional review is not similar to the information provided on budgetary implications, so it's only 6 weeks before COP that we would need that documentation. We know this is a challenging task, but it is a very important one for us to be able to take decisions. It's something that parties requested in 2022 and that we provided resources for in the 2023-2024 budget, and the allocation was for 2023. But I already spoke about that during the plenary when this item was discussed. So for the sake of time, I'll conclude here, but I don't see how we could not underline this request while we already did it almost 2 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. Spain, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Spain would like to support the proposals made by Belgium for its inclusion in this recommendation, this paragraph by this subsidiary body on implementation, which we believe would contribute to improving the decision-making process in terms of budgets. We also agree with the interpretation made by Belgium that these requests would not imply presenting results of the in-depth review 90 days before, but what we're asking for in 90 days, in accordance with the budgetary rules and regulations, is the information relating to financial and budgetary matters. With regard to the doubts expressed about the possibility of carrying out this external in-depth review that COP15 requested, we'd like to ask Mr. Chairman if we could invite the Executive Secretary to clarify the situation about this external review and whether it is indeed feasible to carry out this evaluation before COP16, as was requested through the decision of COP15. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Spain. Russian Federation, may I draw your attention, please? Can you agree with the retention of para 1A? Floor to the Russian Federation, please.
Chair, I think that the last speaker asked a question. So as soon as I hear the answer to that question, I may come back to you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just seek some clarification. My understanding is that we'll be approving the draft decision in brackets. Is that correct? As it is. Could you please confirm that? And then I would have another question.
Give me a minute, please. Yes, please. Draft decision is in brackets.
Thank you. So may I just request the Secretariat to read paragraph 1 with the amendments made by the EU, because it's really hard to follow all the comments that they have made. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. For paragraph 1A, we've inserted to undertake the external in-depth functional review of the structure and posts has been added. For paragraph B, we didn't have all of the insertions, but we have, in accordance with Rule 14 of the Rules of Procedure, deleted and substituted with financial rules. And then in paragraph 1C, we have to organize online interactive information sessions, and a new paragraph D, which reads, to present under each agenda item of the COP its administrative and financial implications before opening its substantive discussion, and to include this information in relevant documentation. Thank you, Chair.
Belgium, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. From what we've captured from this reading now is that the end posts in line 1A was inserted after the wrong word structure. So there's two-time structure in the para, and so end posts should be after with a view to updating its structure. That's how it was also formulated in COP decision 15/34.
Secretariat, Dr. David, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll attempt to respond, to answer the questions made. Firstly, I note that with the exception of subparagraph C, the proposals made in the existing text or in the amended ones from Belgium are either the same or very, very similar to the requests that were originally made from COP15. So in that respect, they are things we should do. And I don't see a problem with paragraph C. Of course, we recognize that the budget, the draft budget, is supposed to be available 90 days before. That's already required from both the recent decisions, but also the rules. With regard to the functional review, as the Secretariat noted before, we regret that we haven't done this initially, and in the same spirit as being suggested by the delegate from the Russian Federation, we were awaiting the arrival of the new Executive Secretary. When I took over in February 2023, the time horizon I was given for a new Executive Secretary to be in place was June 2023. So after 4 months, of course, now it's after 16 months. In hindsight, of course, we should have moved ahead sooner. We explained there was other mitigating factors, not least the need to reconvene COP15, not least the need to find a new host for COP16, as well as the absence of our head of administration. We indicated these. We will do our best to carry out the requests that we already have from COP15, and in that sense, obviously we don't have a problem with this being restated. It's something that we're supposed to do anyway. Whether this is in the form that it is now or with the amended form, which is so from our point of view, we don't have a problem with this text. But of course, we're in the hands of parties.
Russian Federation, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Acting Executive Secretary. I like your optimism and enthusiasm and the willingness to work. So just at this time, and the time of the day, in the spirit of compromise, I can live with the paragraph A. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Could the Secretariat once more read para 1B, because I was informed that perhaps our amendments weren't reflected well. 1B.
Belgium, thankful if you could read again so that they will capture if it is not properly captured. Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So I'll go slow. I will read the entire para like we would like it to be, okay? To provide the information requested in paragraph 36 of decision 15/34, 90 days in advance of the opening of the 16th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, the 11th meeting of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety, and the 5th meeting of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Nagoya Protocol on access to genetic resources and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from their utilization, in accordance with the financial rules contained in the appendix to decision 3/1. And that would conclude that paragraph.
Thank you, Belgium. Namibia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Namibia, on behalf of Africa Group, takes note of the document CRP.13. We take note of the concerns raised by our distinguished colleague from Russia Federation, but I would notice that he came back to have some compromise for retention of paragraph 1A. And we further would like also to support the intervention made and query made by Brazil. And at this point, we could also like to ask for the whole CRP be bracketed in its entirety. We acknowledge that there are several references to previous decisions due to time constraints. We were unable to thoroughly review and determine their current relevance and applicability to the process. Additionally, as a region, we did not have sufficient time to engage in further consultation regarding this document, CRP.13, in connection to other ongoing discussions across various agenda items. Thus, we ask that the entire CRP be bracketed. Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Namibia. Delegates, can we approve with entire draft decision bracketed, please? Belgium, you have the floor.
Dear Mr. Chair, we are fine with bracketing the part of the COP decision of this SBI recommendation, but we believe we really do need part of the SBI recommendation. In the plenary session, when we first discussed this agenda item, we heard a lot of support from the floor and other parties requesting for things we are now underlining here. So I would plead with our colleagues that are also in the budget committee and have to prepare COP decisions there to underline that we need this information, all the paras that were introduced, to make well-found decisions, also for the benefit of the good functioning of the Secretariat. So that's why I would plead with colleagues, we are not asking unconventional things here, we are just underlining the rules as they are and the information where parties have a right to get before they come to COP. So I would plead with colleagues to adopt this SBI recommendation as is now on the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Belgium. Namibia, can you please agree as a compromise to see this CRP with a draft decision bracketed, please, in a spirit of compromise and camaraderie?
Sorry, Chair, to have it bracketed, right? Yes, we agree.
Thank you.
We approve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Nice of you for your cooperation. Delegates, we approve para 1 and approve para 2 with the draft decision in brackets. So we approve para 1 as amended and approved para 2 with the draft decision in brackets. So we approved para 1 and para 2 with the draft decision in brackets. I will prepare L document, please. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Delegates, we approved the CRP. Can we now adopt recommendations? We will go through the L documents which you have. We'll start with L2. Can we approve this document? Secretariat to have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On document L2, I would just like to bring to the attention of delegates that in paragraph 9 of the document, the figure of 236 million US dollars was included. That figure should have been corrected and updated, and in the light of updated information that was requested from the floor, from the Jeff Secretariat, the amount should be adjusted to 380.8 million. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. Delegates, can we adopt this recommendation?
No, 200.
Argentina, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry to keep us a little bit back, but we never went back to CRP.1, so I would like some clarification on what's the status of CRP.1?
Argentina, we will come back.
We will come back to it later? Oh, okay, thank you.
I see no request for the floor. L document is adopted. L2.
So now L3.
We approved CRP on draft capacity building development and action plan for Nagoya Protocol. The L3 is before you. Can we adopt?
Just one of you. You've got to invite the Secretary.
Before I request you for adoption of this L3, I give the floor to Secretary, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there's a few corrections to make in this L document. So in paragraph 6 of the draft decision, towards the end, you will see an opening square bracket before and. An additional opening square bracket should be added there, and then its corresponding closing square bracket would come after youth at the very end of the paragraph. As a result, the whole phrase from "and considering" to "women and youth" would be within a set of square brackets. In addition, in the annex, Section 2, subsection B, there had been some proposals here for some different amendments to the text in the annex, and we should have reflected both of the options here. At the moment, you'll see that subsection B only reads "considerations" in square brackets. This should read in one set of square brackets "general principles," and then the other set of square brackets "considerations" following immediately afterwards. Similarly, in paragraph 11 of this subsection B, the last line of the chapeau of that paragraph at the very end should also have "general principles" in square brackets before the word "considerations," which is also there, already there, in square brackets. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. Delegates, with that amendment, may I now submit document L3 for adoption? I see no objection. L3 adopted, please. The agenda clearinghouse mechanism and knowledge management. We approved CRP. Now the L4 document, L4 document is before you. Before I proceed further, I request Secretariat. I give the floor to Secretariat, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would just like to bring to the attention of delegates that in Annex 1 in this document, L4, was not bracketed. However, in the adopted recommendation, entire Annex 1 will be bracketed, as was agreed. We apologize for that omission. So Annex 1 is supposed to be bracketed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. Delegates, with that amendment, may I now submit document L4 for adoption? Kirada, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a minor comment. I think it was really just an oversight that in one instance, the reference to people of African descent is not in square brackets. So I think that's really just probably an editorial correction, and that's in Annex 1 at the end of paragraph 1. Thank you.
We will make that correction, please. Thank you, Canada. I see no objections. L4 document is adopted, please. Now, delegates, now we are on to agenda communication, education, and public awareness. The L5 document is before you. Before I proceed further, I give floor to Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In document L5 before you, there is a need for an editorial correction. If you go to the decision, paragraph 8, the current L5 has invites and requests both presented in brackets. This is an error. In fact, there should only be the word invites. It should not be in brackets, and the word requests should not be there either. So the paragraph should simply read, invites parties and relevant organizations in a position to do so to provide support including financial support to the Executive Secretary and to parties for the continued implementation of the communication strategy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. With that amendment, may I now submit document L5 for adoption? I see. Japan, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a minor point on paragraph 4, which is in brackets already, but there is some, it is about IPES, and I think interface should be platform. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Japan. We will make that correction, please. I now submit document L5 for adoption. I see no objection. L5 is adopted.
Mechanisms for planning, monitoring and review. Reporting and review.
Now we move on to mechanisms for planning, monitoring, reporting and review. L6 is document L6 is before you. Secretariat, you have the floor before I proceed further.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No corrections or information to provide on this one. Thank you.
Russian Federation, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just one correction. If you go to page 13, and at the bottom of page 13 of an English version, there are two footnotes. The footnote number 4 actually describing the range of non-state actors. We never really discuss and agree on it. There are very different interpretations and views, so please put the entire footnote into square brackets. Am I clear? Where is it in the text? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. We are okay with it. We'll do the needful. With that amendment, may I now submit document L6 for adoption? I see no request for floor. L6 document adopted.
So, item 5A, capacity building, document L7.
Item 5A, capacity building, development, technical and scientific cooperation, technology transfer. I now submit document L7 for adoption. I see no objection. L7 document is adopted, please.
So, resource mobilization.
Agenda item 4A, resource mobilization. I now submit document L8 for adoption. I see no objection. L8 is adopted, please.
What's the next one?
So we now go down to
So
Agenda item long-term strategic approach to mainstreaming biodiversity. May I now submit document L9 for adoption? I see no objections. L9 document adopted.
DRC. I mean, we
Democratic Republic of Congo, you have the floor, please.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the floor. You moved a little bit too fast, and I had actually asked for the floor before adoption of L9. I would like to know, therefore, whether I can give my opinion on this subject or not.
Democratic Republic of Congo, you have the floor, please.
Merci.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. We have looked at L9, which was discussed. Unfortunately, we did not find the French version so that we could look at the modifications that we had requested when it was being read out as a CRP. We would like the document to be made available in French, in the languages of the United Nations, as the procedures require. and the same applies to L10. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, yes, L9 and L10, and I expect L11 and L12, when they come, are not available in the languages yet because they're only approved some relatively few minutes ago. I do note that in the case of I think both of these documents, the changes are only the addition of some brackets to indicate where there was disagreement. Given that we will run out of interpretation time in 10 minutes, the Chair may wish to appeal that we proceed and record the fact that this is available in English only, that the L document is available in English only, with a note in the report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for that clarification. I request DRC to please accept this explanation, and we'll move forward, please. DRC, you have the floor. DRC, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the floor. While we do understand the explanations provided by the Executive Secretary and thank the Secretariat for that explanation, however, we want to once again recall the exceptional procedures that were used during SUBSTA. It was mentioned that it was for exceptional reasons and due to lack of time that some L texts were adopted without the official language versions of that, and perhaps we should adopt that here as well.
Adopted, please, with that, I would take it into consideration with that note. Thank you, Congo. L9 is adopted, please.
L10, review again.
You have now L10 before you. This is with regard to review of the effectiveness of the processes under the convention and its protocol. May I now submit document L10 for adoption? I see no objections. Thank you. L10 is adopted. Delegates, while we are waiting for other L documents to come, since SBI 5 will address this issue and supersede this recommendation, I refer CRP 1 to SBI 5, please. Can we adopt this decision and move forward, please? Yes. No. Your opinion is. European Union, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you please repeat your proposal and explain precisely? We are not entirely sure. We all understood it in the same way. Thank you.
European Union, since SBI 5 will address this issue and its recommendation will supersede this recommendation, I refer CRP 1 to SBI 5, please. I see. United Kingdom, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening, everyone. I think I'm a little confused about the proposal, Chair. I'm sorry. I realize it's late, but there is a significant amount of text in here which encourages and urges parties to take activities before we reach SBI 5. I mean, at the point at which we reach SBI 5, it won't be possible for parties to do this. So if I've understood you right, I think I and a number of other parties would probably urge you to reconsider. Thank you.
L12, L11, L12, L13.
Yeah. Delegates, I feel sorry to inform that interpretation time is over. I beg your indulgence to complete our work in English. Our apologies for the inconvenience, for not being in a position to get the interpretation in other UN languages. Please cooperate with us. And now we have received L documents. We will proceed one by one, please. DRC, you have the floor, please. DRC, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, for the floor. The wise men see bad things from far and prevent it. I think that we should ask the indulgence of interpreters. We work with them since a long time, and we should only ask for them another hour so that we can continue with our work and close this meeting properly. That is what I'm suggesting, Mr. Chair. And
Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, I mean, we have asked the indulgence of the interpreters who went over 10 minutes. They have left. So I'm not able to ask for their indulgence any further. I regret this. Of course, we knew the number of interpretation sessions we had for the meeting. We tried to move ahead more quickly so that this would not happen. We're in this situation, unfortunately. We do recognize that this is not the situation we should be in. I would suggest that we record this in the report also. I hope that despite the inconvenience to those who would like to work and normally work in languages other than English at the other languages of the United Nations, that we agree to proceed for a little longer. We have, I think, 3 more LDocs for recommendations to adopt, and then we have the other matters, if there are any, and we have the draft report. Obviously, we're in the hands of parties, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. DRC, you have the floor, please.
I thought the technician went too. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Yeah, we said that we will support you as we all want to finish properly this work in interest of the whole planet. So I would like to ask for some guidance from you. How do you plan us to proceed with this meeting? It is already 8 o'clock. We will go until what time? And after adoption of all the documents, will there be a closure ceremony? Because I think that we had also regional statements which were prepared in several languages. So we are seeking for some guidances from you. Thank you.
Delegates, my submission to all of you is that let us proceed with remaining a few L documents and recommendations. May not take more than about 20 minutes only. We'll have a brief closing session, and regarding the statements by the regional groups, I leave it to the discretion of the regional groups to make the statements. So with this, please cooperate with us. If you are there, we will complete the work. Only 5% of the work is remaining. 95% is over almost. Thank you.
So let us move to L11.
European Union, you have the floor, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And we'd be happy to deal with the final L documents once they appear. But in the meantime, we'd be very appreciative if you could tell us what's happening with CRP.1. Thank you.
European Union, we have received all L documents. Please just let us finish that and we'll get back to CRP1, please. Kindly cooperate, please. Thank you very much. Now, the item development of the methodology for the second assessment and review of the effectiveness of the Nagoya Protocol. The document L11 is before you. May I now submit this L11 document for adoption, please? I see no objections. L11 document is adopted. We have L document number 12, agenda item 7, cooperation with other conventions and international organizations. May I now submit document L12 for adoption? I see no objection. L12 document is adopted, please. Now we have document L13, agenda item 13, administrative and budgetary matters. May I now submit the document for adoption? I see no objection. L13 document is adopted.
So L14.
DRC, you have the floor, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole accordée. Nous revenons avec ce qu'a dit le Royaume-Uni et l'Union européenne. I would like to see if interpreters want. Sorry, Mr. President. Yeah, regarding what said UK and EU, we feel that CRP.1 is very, very relevant and very, very urgent. So it couldn't be wise to defer it until SBI 5. We would like to suggest this document to be analyzed and adopted so that it can be helpful before the COP16. Because if you look at the document, there are many, many recommendations that are relevant and that are asked for this time from now, and it is very good to look at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Democratic Republic of Congo, for your interventions. We'll get back to you on this matter, CRP1, shortly. Please, the L documents are before us. Let me complete this business, please. I request your cooperation, please. Delegates, we have document L14, agenda items 11 and 12, multi-year program of work of the Conference of the Parties. May I now submit document for adoption? I see no objection. Document L14 is adopted, please. With regard to CRP.1, I request the Secretariat to take the floor and submit its review to the parties, please.
Good evening, everyone. There are 13 preambular paragraphs in this recommendation and 10 operative paragraphs. Of those 13, the paragraph 5, 11, and 13 were parked for further discussion. The remaining paragraphs were all agreed, some with amendments. In terms of paragraph 5, it was all but the end that was agreed. Preambular paragraph 5, it was all but the ending that was agreed. In terms of the preambular paragraph 11, which starts with recognizing with concern the challenges that many parties have faced, this paragraph was proposed to be split in two, and the split version was parked for future discussion. And the 13th preambular paragraph also has brackets in it. Now, all of the preambular paragraphs were discussed, and as I said, 3 not brackets, 3 were parked for future discussion. Of the operative paragraphs, the plenary discussed the first 4. The paragraphs 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 in the operative paragraphs were not discussed. Thank you.
So, colleagues, you have heard from the Secretariat the status of this recommendation, given the interest expressed by some parties, including UK, EU, DRC. I propose that we continue the review of this recommendation we will resume the operative para 5, and after we have completed the operative paragraphs, we will return to the unresolved preambular paragraphs. I hope this is agreeable to you. I see few parties on the screen. Do you really want the floor now? If so, yeah, he's telling if they want. DRC, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for the floor, and thank you for your proposal to continue discussing on this document. Yeah, I think that there are 4 paragraphs which were agreed. If I see the rules and procedures annexed to Decision 1.1, there is paragraph 40.1, which was not adopted, but we're still using rules and procedures. So our suggestion is to adopt the 4 paragraphs. Those were agreed, and then the document can be translated as transmitted as a L document for further consideration to the SBI 5. Thank you.
Russian Federation, you have the floor, please.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Chair, I like to remind that this document is a document, recommendations of this body for the further work. It's not draft COP decision. It's a very much different level. I have probably a bit radical suggestion, which some parties may, I don't know, may be shocked. We spent on this document 80% of our time discussing what? Preambula? My suggestion is we delete entire preambula from here, and we leave only with the paragraphs what we need to do and nothing else. And honestly, I believe that in all our future work for this type of recommendations, we don't need to spend 2/3 of our time for discussing preambula. Look at this text. Preambula is bigger in volume than operative paragraphs. Are we here to do things or just to have a la-la in preambula? Delete preambula, work on the rest of operative paragraphs and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. United Kingdom, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And building on those previous interventions, we're very grateful that you reconsidered your decision to send this document to SBI 5. Thank you for that. And we're very grateful to all the other colleagues as well who are working in English. I'm conscious that it's late. I'm also conscious that the document, in effect, we know that we have to update our MBSAPs. We know what the timeline is that is attached to that. We know that COP has encouraged us to do that. So I would strongly encourage us all, let's not work on this for too long. There's a lot of other work ahead of us, even this evening. We know what we have to do. I'm struck by the suggestion that we work without preamble. That seems quite sensible. I suggest we don't do that we don't take that to be a precedent, but I think that's very reasonable in the circumstances. I think that we have agreed paragraphs 1 to 4. I think it would be quite easy to take that forward. And with that, I think we might have a package that we could work with very quickly and finalize before it gets too late. If it does get too late, I suggest we pause our work on this decision, recognizing that we probably won't lose much. Thank you.
India, you have the floor. Please be brief.
Chair, whether you are discussing the paragraph or not, you don't know whether now, because you have to tell some correction in paragraph 5. That is the issue.
Thank you. We'll get back to you, please. Mexico, you have the floor, please.
Gracias, señor presidente. Quisiéramos... sorry, it was not a joke. Sorry. We are all very tired, I guess. We could go either way. We raise the whole preambular part, or we adopt the four paragraphs that we agreed. Either way, just as our dear delegate of Congo would say, we need to finish very soon because we are very tired. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. Brazil, you have the floor. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're all very tired and we really want to move forward, and we appreciate the comments made by my colleagues. Our proposal would be to add paragraph 7 because I think that way we will be sending a balanced message. On one hand, we will be sending a strong message regarding the need to update our NBCEPs. On the other hand, we will add a very general message saying that this depends on the availability of resources, and then we could move forward. And we are also support the proposal of removing preambular paragraphs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Brazil. Delegates, with regard to CRP1, I would like to inform that we have heard there is an agreement to move ahead only with operative paragraphs. We already agreed 1 to 4 paragraphs. We have heard from Brazil to add para 7. Delegates, could we agree all the operative paras, please? From 5 to 10, please. 5 to 10 paras, please. Thank you for your kind cooperation. Canada, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're just reflecting on the different proposals, and particularly the proposal from a distinguished colleague from Brazil. The small issue that we have with paragraph 7 is that this item is about updating MBSAPs. It's not about implementation of MBSAPs. And so recognizing that the effective implementation of MBSAPs is out of the scope of the item. So we would suggest, and we think we could go along if we were to say recognizes that the updating of MBSAPs depends on the provision and so on until the end, instead of effective implementation of. And we think that we could support that way forward. Thank you.
Can we agree with this Canada's proposal, please? Thank you, Brazil. With this amendment, can we approve paragraph 7, please? European Union, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We can also agree to delete the preambular paragraphs as was proposed, and to accept the OP 1 to 4 that were cleaned up as they stand. We appreciate the proposal made to only look at OP 7 in addition to OP 1 to 4. And to not look at the other OPs. With regard to OP7, we would have 2 amendments that we would like to make in that regard, and then the paragraph would be acceptable for us. Those 2 amendments are first on the elements. So basically this paragraph is on the implementation of the MBSAPs, and that it depends on the elements that are I can't speak anymore. On the elements that are listed in this paragraph, but in our view, implementation depends also on other elements. It's not only what is mentioned here in this paragraph. For example, mainstreaming is also important for the implementation of the MBSAPs. Therefore, we would like to replace the word depends with also relies, and then the sentence continues. I will read the sentence in its entirety after the second amendment. So the second amendment that we would like to make is in the last part, where we would like to include "and in particular" before to developing countries, as this is in particular important for developing countries, but not only for developing countries. So then, if you want me to read out the sentence to capture this correctly, and otherwise I can just repeat the amendments, what you prefer.
Secretary, you have the floor, please.
So with the 2 proposals that have been made, this will now read, recognizes that revising or updating the NBSAP also relies on the provision of adequate, sufficient, predictable, and accessible means of implementation, including financial resources, capacity building and development, technical and scientific cooperation, and technology transfer, in particular to developing countries.
Thank you, Secretariat. India, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. My suggestion in the paragraph 5, in paragraph 3, as soon as possible and preferably before 1st August 2024. Submission of parties to submit the information mentioned in paragraph 3. In paragraph 3, it is mentioning this by 16th meeting of conference of the parties. It is contradictory, and paragraph 6 of 15.6 decision also. It can be kept in bracket.
Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. We are flexible on that. We are flexible and tired. And we have accepted the Canadian proposal, which seemed very sensible to us, and we thank the Canadians for that. We also can accept the proposal to include, in particular, to developing countries, but we will not be in a position to accept the also realize, because it changed the essence of this paragraph, which we think it's very balanced in the way it is. We are not adding paragraph 8 that mentions specifically the obligations of developed countries and so on. I don't think we should really entertain lengthy discussions in this regard. So our proposal is just to keep paragraph 7 with the Canadian proposal, and also the second European Union proposal concerning, in particular, in developing countries. Thank you.
May I appeal to all parties to accept this compromise, please? DRC, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. I think that I pressed the button when Brazil also pressed the button. And what I would like to say had been captured by Brazil. So I strongly support the Brazil proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, DRC. Argentina, you have the floor, please.
Muchas gracias, Presidente. I do agree with what Brazil, sorry, I just didn't want to be left out of the trend. It seemed fun. I do agree with what Brazil recently said. I think I agree with Canada's proposal. If I heard correctly, it said update. So this would be just to, if we just match this to the text we have been using, that is updating and or revising. So if you could just capture the text that we have that we regularly use for referring to updating or revising the MBSAPs. And yes, I do agree with Brazil on what they mentioned about the para. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. EU, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to express our appreciation to our Brazilian colleague for the very elegant proposal. We can accept that as a good way forward to accept this paragraph and hopefully close the discussion on this document here. Thanks.
Thank you, European Union. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, friends, colleagues, distinguished delegates. Can we approve para 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7 as amended without any preambular paras? Can we approve this? Can we adopt it? And now as recommendation, then it will become L15, please. No objections? Thank you very much. Recommendation is adopted and it will become L15, please. DRC, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chair.
You have made me president, please. Upgraded my position.
Because you were calling us friends, so I would also like to call you president. Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to ask that the document could be posted as L15 so that we can adopt it as well and then have the closing session that you ask and also recall that 20 minutes you asked have finished. Thank you very much.
Delegates, it is taking some time. It will become L15 and it will be published before we leave the room. So in order to save time to take up other activities, I'm informing the parties, please. Now, let us take up agenda item other 14, other matters, please. Indonesia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Under this agenda item, we would like to make an intervention, but if you could just indulge me, I need to change seat with my colleague who will deliver the intervention. Just give me 10 seconds.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair. Indonesia would like to use this opportunity under this agenda to draw our attention to the environmental and biodiversity situation in Palestine, especially Gaza, which is facing severe environmental and biodiversity destruction. Gaza is suffering from damaged farmland contributed to loss in animals and plants, disease outbreaks, and pollution, water crisis, hinder climate change mitigation and waste management. Has it become a truly biodiversity disaster? This biodiversity disaster is affecting both natural ecosystem and the human population, especially the indigenous peoples and local communities of Palestine. Thus, this forum and the CBD aims to protect our biodiversity, we need to stop the environmental and biodiversity destruction in Gaza. This biodiversity disaster and humanity tragedy must stop. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. I see no more requests for the floor. We now move on to agenda item 15, adoption of the report, please. Delegates, we now come to document CBD/SBI/4/L1, which is the draft report of the fourth meeting of the SBI. The document was distributed, and I hope that all of you had a chance to review it. I understand that there are some editorial errors in the report, so I invite the Secretary to explain. Secretary, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In paragraph 61, the correct names of the co-chairs of the Contact Group on Capacity Building and Technical and Scientific Cooperation are Holly Kelly Weir of the United Kingdom and Jesus Guerra of Cuba. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. I now invite the rapporteur, Ms. Angela Lozan from the Republic of Moldova, to introduce the document. Ms. Angela Lozan, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Document CBD/SBI/4/L1 contains summaries of the statements made during the meeting and matters regarding the organization of the meeting. I have examined the report and I am submitting it for adoption with the understanding that today's proceedings and approved changes will be incorporated in the final report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Angela Lozan. I propose that we review the report section by section. Are there any comments on section 1? I see none.
So, introduction, and then we come to item 1.
Yeah.
So, introduction, organization.
Chaina, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was a little bit confused about the document. Well, sorry to interrupt you at this moment. We have a small minor correction to paragraph 9. So, can I? Yeah, okay. In the paragraph 9, the first sentence, Department of Nature and Ecology Conservation. After that will be comma, the Ministry of Ecology and Environment. And that's the first one. And the second is in the third sentence, after the conservation in developing countries, comma, at the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework Action Initiative to promote international cooperation and sustain political momentum. That's the correction.
Thank you, Chaina. We will make those corrections.
Thank you.
With those changes, section 1 is approved. Delegates, any comments on the section on item 1, organizational matters? I see no request for the floor. Any comments on subsection 1A, opening of the meeting? I see none. Section 1A is approved. Any comments on subsection 1B, adoption of the agenda and organization of work? I see none. Yeah, DRC, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the floor. Here at para 14, we would like to mention that we expressed our concern about the agenda item number and time constraints, which wouldn't allow us to properly have time to analyze each document. And it was said at the session. Thank you.
DRC, thank you. It has been noted, please. European Union, you have the floor, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We'd also like to support the concern expressed by the DRC on this and would like to see that in the report as we said beforehand. But more than that, we would also believe that it's important in order to facilitate the discussions during COP16 that the Secretariat can indicate for which brackets the text has not been considered. We've had a very similar situation in SBI 3, whereby only part of a draft recommendation to COP had its first reading, and the Secretariat at that point shaded the paragraphs that had not been dealt with. There's a different kind of bracketing between text that has been looked upon and has shown disagreement and text that has not been looked upon. And we would appreciate if the Secretariat could also indulge us on making that clear, because it will facilitate our preparations. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. With those additions, can we now move on to item 2? The item 2, review of implementation, progress in national target setting, and the updating of national biodiversity strategies and action plans. Indonesia, you have the floor, please.
Shukran Saidatul Rais, and merci beaucoup, Madame Rapporteur. Under this item 2, we would like to add a new paragraph after paragraph 26. So this is new paragraph 27. We want to mention that there's, on this item, for the record, Indonesia and some other countries also convey and reiterate our concern on the biodiversity disaster in areas of conflict, including in Palestine. This ongoing situation has far-reaching and long-term consequences on biodiversity, we mentioned this in our intervention during under this agenda item, and we would like to put this on record for this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Indonesia. Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Yes, so I understand that this point would be listed under other matters, as it was just introduced at that time. Item 14, but this would be included in the report under other matters.
You want the floor, please? Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the Acting Executive Secretary. Yes, we would like to put this in other matters as our colleague just delivered the intervention. But Mr. Chair, I would like to remind that during deliberation of agenda item 2, we also made a statement similar to this regard. So this is not a repetition, but this is, we want to reflect the actual statement. You can check our record, the statement that has been delivered to the Secretariat on item 2, and of course, as the Acting Executive Secretary correctly mentioned, also under item 14. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. Secretary, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify that, when the distinguished delegation of Indonesia mentioned this matter, previously there was no request to reflect it in the report. It's for the first time that we have heard in the context of other matters that they want this matter to be recorded. So, and in effect, if it's under other matters, I think they are well covered. That's what we believe. But procedurally, we don't have that record where Indonesia have asked us to put it in the report. And our reports are usually do not really contain substance. They simply, who took the floor, etc. It's just proceeding. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Secretary. Item 2 is approved, please. Next, is there any comment on section item 3, mechanisms for planning, monitoring, reporting, and review? I see none. Section on item 3 is approved. Any comments on the section on item 4, resource mobilization and financial mechanism? Russian Federation, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I think it may go after paragraph, I think it's 37 with a list of different statements. So on consideration of this agenda item in our statement, we requested to put into the report a specific language. So I can read it, or you can just take it as it is from our statement. It's provided there. And again, we requested to reflect it in the report. So I'm in your hands whether the Secretariat will simply retract it from the statement submitted to the website, or I can read it. So.
Russian Federation, please read it.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Chair. So I will try to read slowly, but again, Secretariat can take it directly from the statement. In order for all CBD parties to fully implement the Convention, its protocols, and Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, it is essential to make effective and full use of the Convention's financial mechanism in full compliance with the Article 21 of the Convention, full stop. All eligible countries for the Global Environmental Facility funding must have full access to its resources as per established rules and procedures on an equal and non-biased manner. Full stop. The application of punitive restrictions with respect to the CBD parties threatens the very integrity and the future of the Convention itself and its full implementation. Full stop.
Thank you, Russian Federation. It will be considered and reflected, please. DRC, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the floor. On agenda item 4, DRC asked to mention in the report 2 aspects. Aspect 1 on agenda item 4A, to set up measures to recover 20 billion USD per year by 2025 and 30 billion USD per year by 2030. And item 4B, DRC asked to mention in the report that the Convention on Biological Diversity doesn't have a financial mechanism, and this is in violation of Articles 21 and 39. Thank you.
Thank you, DRC. Thanks, DRC. We'll check the records and reflect the matters accordingly. Thank you. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I remember correctly, during the CRP discussion this morning, there was a suggestion from Canada about the footnote, and we have agreed to move it to this report. It has not been reflected yet. I wonder, will it be that footnotes proposed by Canada, will it be reflected correctly at a later stage? Thank you.
It will be updated as mentioned by the rapporteur, please. Thank you, Japan. European Union, you have the floor, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Listening to the interventions, we would just like to have some confirmation that the statements made will be reflected in the report attributed to the specific party that was made in. So if not, we would have to respond to some of them, but we'd rather not to. So if you can confirm that this is just attributed to the party that made the statement, then we are fine. Thank you.
Yes, please, European Union. Thank you very much for the suggestion. New Zealand, you have the floor, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In paragraph 50, New Zealand made an intervention under the item 4B, so we'd like to be added to that list. Thank you.
Okay, New Zealand, thank you. We have taken note of, it's okay. Norway, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to the intervention by Japan regarding the footnote proposed by Canada earlier today, we would like to be associated with that footnote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Norway. Yes, please. Agreed. Item 4 is approved, please. Next, delegates will move on to item 5, capacity building, development, technical and scientific cooperation, CHM, knowledge management under the convention and its protocols. Any comments on this item? I see none. Item.
Just go on. You did the whole of the item. You didn't
Yeah.
submit it.
Yeah.
So now to item 6. Item 6.
Right. Now, item 6, communication. I see none. Item section. The section on item 6 is approved. Any comments on section on item 7, cooperation with other conventions and international organizations? I see none. The section on item 7 is approved. Any comments on section item 8 on review of the effectiveness of the process under the convention and its protocols? I see none. The section on item 8 is approved. Russian Federation, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's on item 8. Just to be sure, as we didn't see previous interventions being reflected here, I think it will fit into 98 to be completed. Under consideration of CRP, it probably was today or yesterday, we made today, 29th May, we made a statement here that all Bureau members as elected for both Bureau have to go through UN trainings, in particular on ethics, including through the existing UN training modules. So we like that this sentence is clearly here, and it's also reflected in our initial statement as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. We will reflect that in the report, please, your statement. We have moved on to item 9, please. I see none. Item 9 is approved. We have moved on to item 10. I see none. Item European Union, you have the floor, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to remind us that for agenda item 10, we had asked to add in the report that there had been no time to discuss this agenda item, and that the Secretariat was requested to outline the organization of work so that parties will have the possibility to add language in bracketed part also. So the comment that I made the first time also refers to this one, but in particular to add here that the Secretariat was requested to prepare an outline of organization of work according to us. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. It will be reflected in the report, please. With this, item 10 is approved. Item 11. DRC, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the floor. For item 11, there is no text. So we would like to have some explanation from the Secretariat. Thank you.
DRC, thank you. The item 11 and 12 will be considered together, please. Cuba, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. When items 11 and 12 were jointly considered, Cuba made a statement, but it's not listed in paragraph 111. Our statement was properly uploaded to the website, so we would like to have Cuba reflected in the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Cuba. It will be considered. Take a note of, please. Item 12 is 11 and 12 approved. Now we move on to item 13. Russian Federation, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. I am now confused with numbers. It probably will be after the second paragraph, which is reflecting the list of statements. So the next paragraph needs to reflect our statement on this agenda item. So Russian Federation made a statement requesting the Executive Secretary to work with UNEP for providing for a timely submission of invoices for payment of the parties' assessed contributions to the convention's trust fund. That's also as per our initial statement, and it's reflected there.
President Federation, thank you. If you want it to be reflected in the report, it will be reflected, please.
Yes, we like to reflect it in the report, and again, I reiterate that I stated it when we made the first statement, and it's also written in our submission clearly asking to be reflected in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, please. It will be reflected.
Thank you.
Namibia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me another opportunity. The African group represented by Namibia expresses gratitude for the contribution and adjustment made by various parties and acknowledges the explanations provided by the Secretariat during the earlier presentation of the CRP.13 agenda item. We understand the challenges posed by tight schedules, heavy workloads in conducting functional review. Nonetheless, we urge the Secretariat to explore the best approach for conducting a review to be presented for consideration at COP16. We also acknowledge the Secretariat's optimism and are hopeful that there will be substantive guidance on the review to deliberate on at the upcoming COP. Mr. Chairperson, Africa further acknowledged that there are several references to previous decisions. Due to time constraint, we were unable to thoroughly review and determine their current relevance and applicability to the process. Additionally, as a region, we did not have sufficient time to engage in further consultation regarding CRP.13 in connection to other ongoing discussions across various agenda items. Thus, we ask that the entire CRP.13 be bracketed. I thank you, Chair.
Namibia, thank you. We have taken note of the statement made by you, and we will move on, please. Item 13 is approved, please. The Secretariat in consultation with the Chair and the Rapporteur will incorporate today's proceedings and all the changes approved by this plenary. I therefore invite the meeting to approve the report. Colombia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Before approving the report, Colombia would like to highlight that in several of the agenda items, the requests for the text changes proposed by our delegation were not taken into account, especially those related to the inclusion of people of African descent. In this regard, Colombia reserved the right to request these modifications to be discussed in detail at COP16 in those documents that remain bracketed, and request that this mention be included in the final report of the meeting. Thank you.
Colombia, it will be reflected in appropriate or correct section and para, please. Taken note of. DRC, you have the floor, please.
The DRC also stated that it should be necessary to add African descendant people in the document because they are local communities and it is a national issue which wouldn't be taken into account in this regard. And also item 14, the DRC expressed as well as Brazil and other countries, the concern about the transparency and the inclusivity regarding the nomination of the executive secretariat. It should be mentioned at item 14, as well as the submission by Indonesia. Thank you.
Secretary, do you have the floor, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and with respect to distinguished delegates, you know, according to the UN editorial policy, reports should be simply recording the proceedings. No substance is going to be contained in UN such meetings unless except those that have been requested by a delegate or a group of delegation. And this has been the practice, as most of you seen in the past. If you look at our reports of our different meetings, that is their nature, that is their scope, that's their content, really. So now, coming back to this specific request from the distinguished delegate from DRC, the essence regarding the concern or the disappointment regarding the recruitment process of the executive secretary has been captured already in the draft recommendation that this body has adopted this afternoon, I think this afternoon. So unless there was a specific request, we will go back to our audio recording. By the way, I mean, the record of this meeting includes also not just this report, but also the audio that we have. So unless there is a specific request, we'll go back to the audio recording and we get that, yes, there was party X has requested this item or this statement to be recorded. I'm afraid that we might not, go outside of the United Nations editorial policy. The editors will not accept us, will not accept, even if we agree to you here that this will be recorded, that will be recorded. At the end of the day, they will check against the audio, and it's only when there is a specific request that it will be reflected. Otherwise, the report remains simply a procedural report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Secretariat. Indonesia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As we come to item 14 properly, we would like to request the Secretariat to put in the record the Indonesian intervention with regard to environmental and biodiversity situation in Palestine, especially Gaza, which is facing severe environmental and biodiversity destruction. This biodiversity destruction is affecting both human population and natural ecosystem. As the CBD aims to protect our biodiversity, Indonesia calls to stop the environmental and biodiversity destruction in Gaza. Thank you very much.
Indonesia, thank you. Already noted in the other matters, please, and it will be appropriately taken into consideration. DRC, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this, to the Secretariat for the explanation. We know editorial procedures of the UN, and also we have our records of all our intervention, and everywhere we asked our intervention to be captured in the report. That is what we are mentioning here. Thank you very much.
Yes, please. It is okay, and it will be considered. Thank you, DRC. Distinguished delegates, with those interventions and statements, now the report is approved and adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we come near, I'd like to just give an opportunity for you to see some images of the time we've had together since the beginning, even those of you who are here at Substa. The highs, the lows, the in-between, the sun, the rain. Go ahead, please play the video. Thank you.
European Union, you have the floor, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And as much as we would like to see those images, we were wondering what happened with document L15 as it is out, and I believe we still need to adopt it. And I also had a request or a question with regards to the report of the meeting itself. It was adopted, but I had a question also. So I would like to have some clarification from you what happens on L15, and then I'll also ask my question. Thank you.
Secretary, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. L15 was indeed approved and adopted, and we indicated that it would be published. At that time, it wasn't available on the website, and we indicated that it would be. so that you would be able to verify the content of the document in terms of accurately reflecting the conclusion of the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. European Union, you have the floor, please. European Union, you have the floor, please.
Yes, thank you. In that case, we would like to raise one inconsistency in the text, which is in the preambular paragraph, which says encourages parties in line with national circumstances, priorities and capabilities to work towards a whole of government and whole of society approach. There's a slash there between whole of government, whole of society. It needs to be and to be in line with the wording of the GBF. Well, we hope that can be corrected. Thank you.
Thank you, European, for pointing out.
My apologies, if you can indicate when I can ask my question about the report. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing out that one, and we'll take. Yeah. Yes, please. You may ask your question, please. Sorry. European Union, you have the floor. European Union, you have the floor.
Floor to EU, please.
Yes, thank you. Actually, as we notice, of course, because of the way the proceedings had to go today, that report still has missing parts. We would very much like to just make sure that, as was mentioned before, that the recording is checked to make sure that all the elements that we raised during the meeting can be captured, and also that there would be an opportunity that if we see anything missing, that we have an opportunity to let the Secretariat know. Knowing that everything's been recorded, that can't be so much of a problem. We just wanted to make sure that that's not overlooked. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. European Union, that is, yes, that is possible, please. Delegates, this finally brings us to the agenda item 16, closure of the meeting. Now, I give the floor to Dr. David Cooper, Acting Executive Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That was a tough meeting. I think certainly there have been some frustrations. I started the week with an apology for the lateness of the documents. I apologize also for any shortcomings on our part during the week. I think we've experienced also the difficulty that while we've made some progress, we have many brackets and some CRPs that we have not addressed at all as a body. Having said that, I think we have made a lot of important progress in a number of important issues that support the implementation and the monitoring of the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. I would like to thank all you delegates for your hard work and determination over this last 10 days, but also those of you who were here at Substa before. In particular, I would like to thank the co-chairs of the contact groups, Holly Kelly-Weir of the UK and Jesus Guerra of Cuba, Salima Kempanau of Belgium, and Shoni Mundezi of South Africa, Gillian Guthrie of Jamaica, Carolina Cáceres of Canada, and Joaquin Salzberg of Argentina. Of course, special thanks to our chair, Shira Ashalanda Reddy, for all. You face a very heavy agenda and some very difficult issues, and we have got through that agenda this evening. We have had one of the largest meetings of SBI ever, with more than 1,000 participants from some 143 countries. I'd like to thank also our hosts here at UNON, our colleagues in UNEP and in UNDSS. And of course, I especially like to thank my team, led by Neil, but really all the team for the hard work behind the scenes. The registration team, the support staff, the editorial team, the translators, and the report writers and interpreters. Also, a big thanks to our kind and dedicated colleagues who have been caring for us here at the UNEN site, catering and cleaning, security, and so on. Thank you all. I gave, of course, special thanks to our team here, and of course our team will soon have a new head, a new executive secretary. We very much welcome Astrid Schumacher, who is expected to begin her duties in July. It goes without saying that Astrid will have my full support to carry forward the hard work that is entrusted to her, that is entrusted to the Secretariat as we prepare for COP16 and beyond. Let us take a moment to actually celebrate what we have achieved. The decision on the recommendation, the draft decision that we have on planning, monitoring, reporting, and review. It still has some brackets, but it's now clearer where we have to go at COP16, and it complements the very successful work coming from Substa last week on the monitoring framework. We've had developed an important draft decision on technical and scientific cooperation, and I'm very pleased that the Bureau was able to select the 18 organizations around the world that will foster and leverage technical and scientific cooperation and technology transfer to support action across the countries. We've had very difficult discussions on resource mobilization, but nonetheless advanced the understanding between the different countries. Let us also note what has been achieved on the margins of this meeting. We had a memorable celebration of International Day for Biodiversity. We see increased work around the world to update the national biodiversity strategies and action plans and to develop national targets. Of course, we'll have an opportunity at SBI 5 and at COP16 to review that progress, and we look forward to seeing a strong demonstration of progress in the implementation of the biodiversity plan when we get to Cali. We also heard from China that China and the UN signed an agreement to formally establish the Kunming Biodiversity Fund, and we look forward to that being operational. A few days ago, we had some very productive discussions on Article 8J, thanks to DRC and Canada and the IIFB for convening those and the co-chairs of the working group on Article 8J for facilitating those discussions. I think they have helped us come closer to understanding different perspectives and preparing the ground for a successful adoption of a new work program and strengthened institutional arrangements at COP16. A few days before that, we had some very useful updates and consultations on digital sequence information, the development towards the operationalization of a multilateral mechanism as agreed at COP15. I know that the co-chairs of the negotiations on DSI, Will Lockhart and Mphatso Kalemba, have also been having some very fruitful discussions while they've been here. And we look forward to a successful second meeting of the working group shortly in Montreal and a successful outcome at COP16. I would like to very much, again, appreciate the efforts of our COP president in guiding us forward over this long period of the Chinese presidency. We've mentioned the establishment of the Kunming Biodiversity Fund, and we'll hear from the COP president shortly. And of course, we're very much looking forward to COP16 in Colombia. We know how hard working the team in Colombia, the extensive team that Colombia has brought to Substa and to SBI. We've made great steps forward. We signed the host government agreement while we were here, and we look forward to all meeting again shortly in Cali. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. David Cooper, for your continued support in facilitating this important meeting. We would also like to express our thanks to you and your team for your hard work in preparing for this meeting. I would now like to invite Dr. Liu, the representative of the President of COP15, His Excellency Mr. Huang Runqi, Minister of Ecology and Environment of the People's Republic of China, to deliver his closing remarks. Dr. Liu Ning, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, distinguished chair, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. After 8 days of intensive discussions and consultations, and thanks to the tireless efforts of all delegates, we have finished all the agenda items of SBI 4. We had in-depth discussions on BSAP preparation, resource mobilization, and the financial mechanism, means of implementation, capacity building, and development, among others, serving as an important foundation for COP16 and an important step toward implementing Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. On behalf of Chinese Minister Huang Runqiu, President of COP15, I would like to thank all parties and stakeholders for their constructive participation, cooperation, and compromise. Distinguished delegates, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework provides a blueprint for global biodiversity governance up to 2030 and beyond. The world watches us with keen interest as we strive to realize the 2030 goals and the 2050 visions. As a COP15 presidency, China has spared no effort in leading and coordinating efforts to maximize global synergy in biodiversity conservation. China, together with parties, UNEP, and the Convention Secretariat, has launched the action initiative for the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We hope this and other existing international processes and the initiative will form synergy and lead to full implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. I'm happy to share you that yesterday the Kunming Biodiversity Fund was officially launched in Beijing. The Vice Premier of China, Mr. Ding Xuexiang, together with the Deputy Secretary General of UN, Amina Mohammed, had stressed the ceremony. China had signed a cooperation agreement with UN agencies. The fund is dedicated to support the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Fund in the coming years. This year, China will allocate 50 million Chinese yuan to support the implementing of the first batch of projects before COP16. The total contribution of the Kunming Fund is 1.5 billion Chinese yuan. We welcome more countries and organizations to contribute to the Kunming Biodiversity Fund to support the efforts of developing countries. We are delighted to note that during the SBI meeting, a list of 18 regional, sub-regional technical and scientific cooperation support centers had been adopted. We hope these centers will support the parties, in particular developing countries, parties, to jointly implement the Convention and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Fund at regional and global levels. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as the 2030 deadline for achieving the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework targets is approaching, we must take urgent and effective action to protect global biodiversity. The theme of this year's International Day for Biodiversity is be part of the plan. Means it is about everyone. It requires sustained, determined efforts for all. Let's open a new chapter on global biodiversity governance and build a beautiful home where human and nature live in harmony. Finally, I would like to thank Kenya government and the United Nations Environmental Program for their hospitality, and a special thanks to the SBI Chair, Dr. Reddy, for your great leadership. I would like to thank all the delegates for their participation. the interpreters and all staff for ensuring the smooth meeting. I also would like to thank the CBD Secretariat, the entire team, for their hard work in preparing for this meeting. In particular, our good friend David Cooper. I met him 5 years ago in Kunming in 2019. During the past 5 years, he worked with the Chinese government closely to lead the COP15 process. He is the acting executive secretary. Maybe it's the last time you, in your capacity to lead the negotiation as the acting executive secretary, for his extraordinary leadership in promoting the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework together with your entire team since COP15. But I wish you will be with us all and with the Convention forever. So we hope with the support of the parties and the stakeholders, the Secretariat will contribute further to global biodiversity conservation. I wish all delegates a safe journey home. See you next time. Ohava tutonane wakati ngeni. Asante sana.
I thank you sincerely, Dr. Liu, for your inspiring remarks, and through you, our deepest appreciation to the leadership of the COP President and the Republic of China for their leadership to the work of the Convention. I will shortly invite closing remarks from the regional groups of the countries and major stakeholders, but before I do so, I would like to invite Ambassador Pedro Leon to make remarks on behalf of Government of Colombia, who in a few months' time will be hosting us at COP16. Ambassador Leon, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to start by thanking the Chair, Mr. Cooper, Acting Executive Director, and the rest of the members of the Bureau. Warm greetings to all delegates as well. On behalf of the Colombian government, I would like to extend you all a special invitation and welcome to the COP16, which will take place in Cali, Colombia. Let me start first by sharing a short video.
Story has been told by different voices of this land. My ancestors say that I was an indigenous princess, and I have lived here on this earth many lives. I have had to adapt to extreme conditions. I am strong and resilient. I grow under rain and sunshine. They call me eternal because even if they cut me, my petals cling to me. Now I represent the threats and climate crisis. I unite ethnicities, cultures, animals. I am the symbol of biodiversity. I am life. I am the symbol of peace with nature.
COP16, the COP for the peace with nature, the COP of the people and for the people, the COP that will take place in the country of beauty. All the world is looking at Colombia, the most biodiverse country per square meter. From the venue where the meetings and negotiations will take place, delegates will have a view of the cliffs of Cali, one of our natural parks which holds the highest number of birds and orchids in the world. When you all walk through Cali, you will be meeting indigenous peoples, peoples of African descent, peasants, and local communities, which are the major guardians of biodiversity in Colombia. Their traditional knowledge and practices are today more relevant than ever. Everyone is also attentive of the decisions that COP will adopt, decisions that must be a result of the consensus that strengthen the hope that as humanity we are capable of reconciliation one with the other and with nature. That is why Colombia will procure the creation of a global coalition for the peace with nature. At COP16, we should reach consensus so that the global biodiversity framework reaffirms a clear path to revert the loss of biodiversity and the way and means to achieve it. We would like that the peace with nature is a platform for this call that includes resource mobilization from all sources. We have a lot ahead. I therefore invite you all to make COP16 the COP of the people, the one that moves forward towards the implementation of the global biodiversity framework, and especially the one with concrete results. Many thanks.
Thank you, Ambassador Pedrolian. I would like to ask if any regional groups would like to take the floor. I could see Senegal on the screen. Senegal, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, allow me to do my speech in French, then I will share on the screen and the website the English version. Thank you. Monsieur le Président, le Sénégal prononce cette déclaration à l'occasion de la clôture de la 4e réunion du SBI au nom de l'Afrique. Monsieur le Président, distingués délégués, au terme de nos travaux de la 4e réunion de l'organe chargé de la mise en œuvre, l'Afrique adresse ses félicitations à toutes les parties pour les résultats obtenus au cours d'une semaine intense de négociations et d'engagement. Les résultats obtenus marquent une étape importante pour la réalisation des objectifs de la Convention, notamment à travers la mise en œuvre du cadre mondial Kunming-Montréal. La présente réunion qui s'achève fait suite à la réunion du SOPSTA 26 tenue la semaine dernière ici à Nairobi et dont les délibérations fructueuses ont fourni les bases techniques de nos présentes discussions pour améliorer et renforcer la gouvernance de notre Convention. Monsieur le Président, l'Afrique marque un intérêt particulier au point 2 de l'agenda sur la mise en œuvre des NBSAP et appelle le secrétariat et les autres parties prenantes à tout mettre en œuvre pour l'achèvement de cet exercice. Il s'agit plus précisément d'accélérer la mise à disposition des moyens financiers pour la révision des NBSAP. Monsieur le Président, distingués invités, le point 4 de l'ordre du jour relatif à la mobilisation des ressources et au mécanisme de financement est notre plus grande priorité. C'est une question difficile, mais essentielle et cruciale pour la mise en œuvre du cadre mondial et la réalisation des objectifs de notre Convention. C'est pourquoi l'Afrique continue de souligner avec force la nécessité de concrétiser l'établissement et l'opérationnalisation du Fonds spécial dédié à la biodiversité. L'Afrique insiste pour dire que si cette question n'est pas traitée avec la lucidité, l'engagement et la volonté qu'il faut, la mise en œuvre de notre ambitieux cadre mondial Kunming-Montréal pourrait être en danger. À ce propos, nous appuyons fortement l'argumentaire en 10 points suggéré par la République démocratique du Congo et qui a été transmis au secrétariat pour considération. Monsieur le Président, distingués invités, au titre de la gouvernance de la Convention, l'Afrique prend acte de la nomination de Mme Archid Schumacher comme secrétaire exécutive de la Convention sur la diversité biologique et lui adresse ses félicitations tout en lui assurant sa disponibilité et son ouverture. C'est aussi l'occasion pour nous d'exprimer notre gratitude et nos remerciements à Mme Elisabeth Marouma, secrétaire exécutive sortante, et à M. David Cooper, ici présent, secrétaire exécutif par intérim, pour leur engagement et pour le travail abattu ensemble. Monsieur le Président, distingués invités, l'Afrique rappelle pour le compte des échéances prochaines la nécessité d'améliorer l'inclusivité du processus de nomination du secrétaire exécutif à travers notamment une implication et une participation plus marquée de la COP et de son bureau. Ceci, Monsieur le Président, nous semble essentiel afin de maintenir toujours plus haut le niveau de transparence et de crédibilité qui a toujours caractérisé la gouvernance de notre Convention. De même, en ce qui concerne la gestion de l'agenda de nos réunions, nous déplorons le manque de temps pour traiter à fond tous les points inscrits et appelons le secrétariat et le bureau à tout mettre en œuvre pour corriger ces lacunes. Par ailleurs, l'Afrique se réjouit tout particulièrement de la sélection des centres d'excellence et félicite les structures retenues à ce propos. Enfin, Monsieur le Président, l'Afrique salue les initiatives en cours prises par le gouvernement de la Colombie pour faciliter la bonne participation à la COP16 à Cali, notamment sur les dispositions spécifiques relatives au processus d'obtention du visa. Distingués délégués, nous voudrions remercier l'Union africaine à travers la Commission de l'Union africaine, ODA-NEPAD, qui a contribué tant sur le plan technique que financier à la participation des délégués africains à ces deux réunions, ainsi que le secrétariat de la CDB. Nous souhaitons également exprimer notre gratitude au secrétariat de la CDB, ainsi qu'au gouvernement et au peuple de la République de Kenya pour les bonnes conditions d'accueil et les facilitations qui ont conduit à un bon déroulement des réunions et un bon séjour. Je vous remercie. Asante Sana. I will submit right now the English version. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. On behalf of major stakeholder groups, I see indigenous peoples and local communities. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. I speak on behalf of the IIFB. The IIFB reiterates the central importance of independent and complementary whole-of-society contributions to the planning, monitoring, reporting, and review of the Kunming-Montreal KMGBF, and the strengthening of the evidence-based reporting through the inclusion of community-based data and information on the collective actions of indigenous peoples and local communities, women and youth in the compilation of national reports, the Global Review and Global Report. The IIFB further reiterates its commitment to produce a printed and online edition of the local biodiversity outlooks as a complementary product to the Global Report, together with the diverse partners, supporters, and funders, including the Secretariat of the CBD. Furthermore, careful attention needs to be given to the template for national reporting and the template for actions by non-state actors and in the online reporting tools to adequately and robustly capture the differentiated contributions of non-state actors at local, national, and global levels. The IIFB calls on parties to respect the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities, to recognize their languages and identities, and to ensure their full and effective participation in the development of the NBSAPs. The reports on the implementation of the Nagoya Protocol and reaffirms that access to traditional knowledge must be based on the respect of free, prior, and informed consent. The IIFB calls on parties to fully take into action Section C of the KMGBF, including the whole of society and the human rights-based approaches in the implementation of the KMGBF from the local to the global levels. In the resource mobilization and financial mechanism strategy, the IIFB calls for an inclusive approach with direct access to financial resources for all sociocultural regions and ecosystems, ensuring they are easily accessible and fit our different needs and capacities. The IIFB calls for the full and effective participation at any intersessional sessions in preparations of SBI 5 and COP16. The IIFB celebrates the recent adoption in Geneva of the new Treaty on Intellectual Property, Genetic Resources and Associated Traditional Knowledge by World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO. It creates an international mandatory disclosure obligation for specific properties of claimed interventions based on the use of indigenous peoples and local communities' genetic resources and associated traditional knowledge. Thank you, Chair. Asante sana.
Thank you, IPLCs. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to offer some closing remarks. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear participants, observers, ladies and gentlemen, namaste. With immense pleasure, I wish to announce that we have come to the end of the fourth meeting of the SBI after a grueling and marathon sessions. Finally, the curtains have come down. As I mentioned in the opening session, this is the first meeting of the SBI since the adoption of Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. I wish to inform that this meeting had the registered participation of more than 1,000 delegates, with half of them representing the government, drawn from 143 parties, and 2 non-parties, and rest of them drawn from IPLCs, IGOs, NGOs, and other stakeholders. I wish to humbly acknowledge and thank all delegates and observers for their active and meaningful participation. I take this opportunity to thank the co-chairs of different contact groups and friends of chair who have worked hard on the agenda items. Accordingly, this meeting considered the relevant documents. I am really pleased to have heard all the advancement that many parties have made in the implementation of GBF, more specifically, the revision or updating of their NBSAPs. We conclude our 10-day meeting with substantial progress on many agenda items, and while we have many issues to resolve, the foundation is laid for our discussions in Cali, Colombia later this year. Coming to our work and progress made in SBI 4, I thank wholeheartedly for your proactive and passionate participation in various sessions held since 21st May 2024. As a result of our collective hard work, we are fulfilling our mandate determined by COP15. I invite all of you to keep the good momentum and focus on our important task to move from agreement to action. I hope to maintain the momentum and successfully conclude the work for consideration of COP16 to be held at Cali, Colombia in the coming order. In this regard, I wish Ambassador Pedro Leon and his team and Colombian government a grand success on COP16, please. I wish to thank the members of the COP Bureau for their valuable guidance this week. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Liu Ning, Representative President of COP, for his warmth and support during the meetings. My special thanks to all members of the CBD Secretariat for their hard work and dedication. I am looking forward to chair the 5th meeting of SBI and provide another solid foundation for COP16 with a very useful and purposeful contribution from all of you. I will be failing in my duty if I do not acknowledge and express my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Neil Pratt, Secretary to the meeting of the subsidiary body and implementation, for his constant and affectionate support with patience. He is an extraordinary and amazing person. Thank you. As we welcome the new secretary, I would like to take a moment on behalf of the parties to the convention and its observers to thank our David Cooper for his valuable leadership for the past for the past 15 months as acting executive secretary of the convention and decades of work on the convention biological diversity. Mr. David has guided us with enthusiasm and unwavering commitment through a crucial phase of the convention and the implementation of the biodiversity plan. David, I thank you. This is not goodbye. We are looking forward to working with you through Colombia. I invite all of you to keep the good momentum and focus on our important task to move from agreement to action. I wish you all a safe trip back to home and a happy joining with your beloved families. Surely they would be waiting for you. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, each one of you, for being with us. It was a wonderful experience, a great learning experience for me. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, now I have to perform last formal duty. The House may allow me to complete that also. Distinguished delegates, this brings us to the end of the 4th meeting of the subsidiary body and implementation. I would once again like to thank everyone for your support and active participation. The meeting is now closed.
Congratulations.